Welcome back to Oklahoma Baptist University for day 3 of our Great American Conference Outdoor Track Championship coverage here in Shawnee, Oklahoma. We are moments away from the beginning of the women's discus throw, and the women's long jump. The women's discus and long jump and then the men's high jump will all start here in about 5 minutes or so. The referees are giving their final considerations coming into the finals today. The start list for the women's discus is as following. Flight 1 is Erin Setzler from Northwestern, Hannah Appleton and Kelsey Swindle, her teammates there for the Lady Rangers. Caitlin Manning from Oklahoma Baptist, Catherine Newsom from Southeastern, Andrea Bortley from Southwestern, McKenna Leaving from East Central, Destiny Chu from Northwestern, Jessica Davis from Harding. Samantha Wallace will compete for Southeastern, Marley West for Southwestern, Tiffany Hildenbrandt for Harding, and Darren Batts for Southeastern. That will be flight 1 again for the women's discus that we will see start up here momentarily. The women's long jump, as I mentioned, is about to start here with their first official jump of the preliminaries. With these flight 1 and flight 2, each flight will jump, and then the finals will be selected from the best of those jumpers, and then the final 8 will participate in the final. Jill Robertson jumps from Southern Arkansas, Megan Morris for East Central, Kenzie Cohen for Southern Arkansas, Jacelyn Robertson and Kaylee Bruce are jumping for East Central, Landis Moorhead, Aaliyah Thompson for Southern Arkansas, Kayla Smither from Northwestern, Mariah Miller from Harding, Maya Logue from Northwestern, Kelsey Buitt from Southern Arkansas, and her teammate Asia Saber. That is the flight 1 for the women's long jump. The other 10 o'clock event that starts here in a minute will be the men's high jump. There is only one flight for the men's high jump, and that is the following. Christian Hillary from Southern Nazarene, Jadon Cormier from Southern Arkansas, Jacob Cantrell from Harding, Reed Fellers from Oklahoma Baptist, his teammate Marquez Cyrus for Oklahoma Baptist, Derek Onyader from Southern Arkansas, Zane Nutter from Oklahoma Baptist, and Antoine Jones. So all of those men will be off here shortly for their opening jumps of today. As promised, the Javelin Throw rounded out festivities last night. The results for that event, Will Clark took the win in a conference record of 57.40, and then Christian Shoemaker threw another conference record. However, it was surpassed by Will Clark in 55.75. Ben Ferris from Harding finished third, so Harding, Southern Arkansas, Harding on the podium for that event. 52.37 was his mark. Zane Nutter took fourth, 49.61. Alex Hinman, 47.77. Caleb Finch, 43.62 was his number. To finish out the rest of the list, the decathlon champion Matt Hipshire took 7th. Nick Gonzalez took 8th. Connor White, Reed Fellers, and Moses Rivera. And that was the group. So congratulations to those guys. That was a lot of fun for a nightcap for us yesterday. So it was a good time for us to get to watch those guys. Not only did they throw really well, but they also put on a little bit of a show, which was fun for those of us who were still here at about 9 o'clock when that event was still rolling strong. Coming into Saturday, the male standings are as follows. Oklahoma Baptist has 80 points, Harding carrying 70 points. That's a 10-point discrepancy between first and second. Harding and Southern Arkansas separated by 11 points. Southern Arkansas in third place right now with 59 total points. East Central has 16, and Ouachita has 9. So that is your updated male standings prior to any event Saturday. As I mentioned, the long jump for the females is going on right now, as well as the women's discus and the men's high jump. female standings coming into today. Harding has run away with it, 94 points as a team for Harding coming into finale day. Oklahoma Baptist is in second place by a comfortable margin for the Bisons, and that is a 40-point margin. That leaves Oklahoma Baptist with 54 points coming into Saturday. And Arkansas Tech 20 points behind OBU with 34. Southern Arkansas vying to get on the podium today, and that is they are at 33, a single point behind Arkansas Tech. Northwestern to Ouachita Baptist and Southern Nazarene with 11, 4, and 4 respectively. Still a lot to play for today. On this championship Saturday, we will crown a men and women's GAC outdoor champion today, so we look forward to that coming our way this afternoon. The high jump is set to begin here as the athletes are stretching down on the south side of the complex. The discus is taking place on the north side. That's what you're seeing live on your feed right now. The women's preliminaries for discus. As I mentioned, there will be 2 heats in the discus, the first of which we will take the top competitors based on total distance, not necessarily based on how far they threw relative to their heat. Some of the notes of importance for this first flight: Erin Setzler, the Northwestern Oklahoma State Lady Ranger, threw her season best this year at 28.15 at the 2022 ECU Midwest Classic. And her teammate Hannah Appleton threw her season best of 28.69 at the Friends University Spring Open. So the 3 Lady Rangers, Erin, Hannah, and Kelsey, all sitting around the 28 mark. Kelsey Swindle threw her best at the West Texas Spring Break Classic over Spring Break week down there in Amarillo. Really, it's Canyon. West Texas is right down there, just outside of Amarillo, Texas. Kaylin Mannon threw her best number this year at the North Texas Classic at 31.88 for her. Catherine Newsom just a little bit ahead of that mark at 31.95 from the Southwest Baptist Invitational. Andrea Bortley from Southwestern threw her best at the Hendricks Invitational at 32.39 was her number this year. The biggest number coming into today in this group belongs to Darren Batts, and she threw a 36.65 at the 2022 East Texas Invitational. So there's a lot to throw for in this preliminary heat of the women's discus. We have our wonderful helpers around and officials around this morning here at Crane Family Stadium at the Hurd Athletic Complex. A busy day for Great American Conference athletics as well. Softball and baseball set to kick off in Hot Springs and Bentonville. Those GAC champions will be named Sunday afternoon. So a busy day for Great American Conference officials, and obviously best of luck to all those athletes across all those different sports, and hope that they compete well. And obviously we get the fortune of crowning a champion here today. Those champions will not be crowned until tomorrow. A little bit about the who's who of this first flight of the women's long jump taking place on the east side of the stadium. There's a little bit of a crowd over there supporting their athletes and friends. Jo Robertson from Southern Arkansas, as I mentioned, she has not recorded a mark this year in this event so far. Megan Morris, she recorded a 3.99 meter jump at the John Jacobs Invitational. And her teammates Jacelyn and Kaylee jumped a 4.61 and 4.68 respectively. Landis Moorhead from Southern Arkansas jumped 4.70 at the 2022 Mississippi College season opener. So she had her best mark at the opening event of the year for the Mule Riders. Maya Logue from Northwestern also set her season best at 4.91 at the West Texas Spring Break Classic. And Asia Saber has the longest jump coming into today for this flight, and hers was set at the 5.04 mark at the Leon Johnson NSU Invitational. Her teammate Kelsey Raquelis Boat set her best mark at 5.01, just 3.03 behind her teammate at the Leon Johnson NSU Invitational as well. Some of the marks for the men's high jump group as we see them starting their official start today. Jadon Cormier, he had his best jump of 1.80 meters at the Southern Arkansas Dan Veach Invitational this year. So that was his best jump. The ASU Red Open Wolf was home to Jacob Cantrell's top jump this year at 1.88. There's two competitors with a top jump of 1.88 coming into today, and that is Jacob Cantrell of Harding and Reed Fellers of Oklahoma Baptist. Reed had his best jump at the 2022 OBU Invitational early this year. Zane Nutter has the second highest jump coming into today at the John Jacobs Invitational, and Antoine Jones has his highest jump as well at the 2022 OBU Invitational. Lots of opportunities for points to be made up. The men's race is a little bit tighter than the women's coming into the final Saturday of the year in terms of Great American Conference track and field competition. So we look forward to seeing where the chips fall for these athletes. Again, as I mentioned a couple times throughout the broadcast yesterday, and we'll start off the broadcast today mentioning that with these field events, oftentimes it's hard to get scores because they are not broadcast over the intercom here by the Play or Public Announce system, So we will talk you through the competitors and some of their statistics prior to today, and then bring you the official results when they become official once the results go final. A lot left to compete for here on Bison Hill today. We hope that this stream finds you well and that we are able to give you a little bit of eye into the coverage of the great conference tournament that has been the Great American Conference Outdoor Track Championship this year. It's been a busy weekend full of events. These athletes are no doubtably getting to a fever pitch, excited to compete in the penultimate event of the year for them, some of which will go on to compete at the national level here in nationals here in a few weeks. We mentioned yesterday at least 3 Great American Conference records were broken yesterday. The Javelin Throw, both men and women's. The 100-meter dash record was broke. 100-meter hurdle dash was broken by Mary McKee. And there's a couple of other records broken yesterday as well, and I will bring you those records here momentarily. Welcome back to the 2022 Oklahoma Baptist University Invitational here on Bison Hill. It's a beautiful Saturday. We've had some great weather after a rocky week in terms of rain and weather here in Shawnee. A lot of rain this week. The field is still trying to recover a little bit. The UV index of 8 helped that out yesterday mightily. So set the scene a little bit for you today on Bison Hill here at Shawnee, Oklahoma. A UV index of 4, not as bad as it was yesterday, but still a rather windy day. A northwest wind, the opposite. We saw a southeast wind yesterday, so that northwest wind is flipped in the opposite direction from yesterday. Feels like 69 outside, 69 degrees, and it feels like it as well. The sun is out. It's partly cloudy, not anything too out of the ordinary here in Shawnee, Oklahoma. A little bit of humidity, feels like 65%-ish humidity outside right now. We will see a high of about 83 today. 81 today will be your high. And we look forward to what is promising to be an exciting day of Great American Conference action. As promised, I'll take you through the results of yesterday's group. The heptathlon was the first event to finish up, and the results are as follows. Sophie Rittbauer and Lauren Schell and Camden Moody went 1, 2, 3 in the women's heptathlon yesterday. The decathlon finished up second. And that was won by Matt Hipshire of Harding. Zane Nutter took third. Connor White took third. Zane Nutter took second. Connor White took third. Followed up by the women's hammer throw. Those went final yesterday as well. Kara Mason took first. Kaylin Mannon took second. And Chardonnay Lamarck took third. Men's hammer went final after a little bit of a delay yesterday. Matthew Higdon from Oklahoma Baptist took the win. Cameron Zachary took second. And Doron Williams took third. The women's triple jump completed their event yesterday as well on that same east pit. We will go show you that pit here in a minute. We're rotating through our coverage of the 3 events going right now. We will take you live to the jump pit here momentarily. Jenna Adkins took first. Again, this is the women's triple jump results from yesterday. Jenna Atkins took first. Mariah Miller, her Harding teammate, took second. And Devlin Rivera took third. Men's triple jump action yesterday. That started around the 6 p.m. mark yesterday. The men's triple jump results. Nicholas Shokus from Harding took first. Darius Patterson took second. And Cedric Gable 1, 2, 3. 2 Harding representatives again in the top 3 in the triple jump. Women's javelin yesterday, one of the conference records I mentioned broke. Anna K. Clark broke her own conference record twice yesterday. Almost hit her season mark this year of 47.02. But she was not able to eclipse that mark and move herself up the national standings. However, she did re-break her own conference record twice for Harding. Cooper Mon, her teammate, took second, and Megan McElroy. The Harding swept 1, 2, 3. Jordan Tucker, the lone Rangerette up there at number 4, and then 3 more Harding athletes went 5, 6, 7. Harding again dominating the women's per side of proceedings right now. There's still plenty of time left for these other teams to make a run, but however, it is impressive the way Harding has come out of the gates so far this weekend. Men's javelin results. This is the penultimate nightcap we saw last night. It was Will Clark, took a conference record of 57.40. Christian Shoemaker had another conference record of 55.75. Obviously, that was unsurpassed by Will Clark. Ben Ferris took third, and Zane Nutter took fourth. Those are the results of yesterday that went final. The last two results that went final were the only two running events that we saw finals of yesterday. And those are the women's and men's 3,000 meter steeple. Morgan Browning ran that running away for Arkansas Tech. The Golden Suns had first and second place on lockdown. Mary Beth Bailey finished second. Their teammate, Callie Beshore, was actually in the lead prior to a bad fall she took coming around the turn on lap 2. We obviously hope that she's okay. If we receive an update on that today, we will let you know. But the two Golden Suns at the top, followed by Cecilia Quesada, who took third from Southern Arkansas. The men's steeplechase was all about Oklahoma Baptist. Maximilian Wheeler took first, and he was followed up by his teammate Christian Renevar, and then Jamie Quinoz took third. So those are your official results from day 2. As I mentioned, the conference records that were broken yesterday. A couple of records were broken in the prelims yesterday as well. We will take a break and come back with some coverage of the women's long jump. Welcome back to the coverage of the 2022 Great American Conference Outdoor Track Championships this weekend here in Shawnee, Oklahoma. We are in the midst of watching 3 events compete in the finals of their season as far as conference accolades go. Currently on the screen, the high jump down on the south end of the stadium. Then on the north end, you will see the women's discus. That is going on right now. And then on the east side of the stadium, and the hardest part to see if you are viewing on the stream, it is the long jump. Marquez Cyrus just did the long jump, or his high jump attempt, from Oklahoma Baptist. And we will try to disseminate who is throwing right now for the women's discus. Looks like it is the warm-up for the second flight of the women's discus throw. We will run through those names now for you. Keontae Brown from Southern Arkansas. She has a personal best this year of 36.74 at the Leon Johnson NSU Invitational. Kara Mason from Harding. She took home the win in the hammer throw this weekend. She had posted personal best of 37.54 at the ASU Red Wolf Open. Spencer Van Dyke, 37.74, also at the Red Wolf Open. Jenna Sees, 38.34 at the Harding Invitational. That's also where new and improved, I will say, GAC conference record holder Anna K. Clark in the Javelin threw her personal best, 38.38 this year. Kaylin Thomas from Southern Arkansas and Irina Wilson threw 40.23 and 40.90 respectively. Bison triplets coming here. Kaylee Hausman, Madison Hitshoe, Tessa Turgrunes, all through 41.04, 41.27, and 41.99. Nicole Morris from Southern Arkansas threw her personal best at 42.24, at the Leon Johnson NSU Invitational. Haley Skorupa threw her best at 42.33 this year. Cooper Mon at Harding threw her best at 44.24, and Jade Bird threw her best this year. She has the best throw prior to today in the field. 46.69. That is the lineup for the second half of the flight of the women's discus throw. We will be able to keep track with the preliminaries pretty well, but once it gets into the finals and they pull from different orders based on links of the prelims, we will not quite have the exact order necessary, so we can make an educated guess. And we're in the process again of the high jump going on down there at the south end of the stadium. Looks like Jadon Cormier just had his attempt at a jump. And that will, it was Derek Onyeder had his attempt, and now that's going to bring Zane Nutter with his opportunity to jump. Zane does clear And that gets a round of applause, as it should. And the attendants there checking the height bar, and that will allow Antoine Jones his opportunity. He'll come from the right. Here comes Antoine. Antoine clears it, but lets his feet lag behind and does clip the bar as the bar comes down again. The women's discus currently in the warm-up phase of the second flight. We will see the finish of this warm-up, and then we will also see, we will see the finish of the warm-up, the preliminary round, and then the final round of the discus. A lot of Harding Bisons in the final here, or in the second flight today. 8 Harding Bisons out of the 14 competitors in the second flight. Looks like Ariana Wilson. That may have been Keontae Brown, actually. And I think we're going to see the warm-ups don't necessarily have to go in an order. And then once they get into the meat of the actual competition, we will see the throw order that is listed on the website. Jadon Cormier. Jadon Cormier had his jump and was successful, and that will allow Jacob Cantrell. You'll see some of these athletes will line up on the right side of the bench, others will line up on the left side. Jacob elects the right side of the bench. Here we go. Jump, hits it with the front hand, doesn't even give himself a chance. A little bit frustrated, as you would be, getting some instruction from his coach over there. There are some big throws coming from these discus athletes over on the north side of the stadium. Excited to see the second flight. The flights are seated, so you'll see the lower half of the bracket in that first flight and then the upper half of the bracket in the second flight. The second flight of the prelims of what we will see, a final of the long jump today over there on the east side is going on. There's a good crowd over there. And again, we will bring you coverage of those results when we get them. Reed Fellows just took his attempt at the high jump, and that's going to bring his teammate Marquez Cyrus and give him the opportunity to jump. As we're nearing the end of the warm-up period down on the discus side of the field. Here comes Marquez on the right side of the bench. Great jump from Marquez, and that will be good enough. That bar is taller than he is. That is an impressive leap there from the Oklahoma Baptist Bison. And now we await the jump of, I believe, Zane Nutter. As they're going to raise the bar. There's appreciate all of our referees and officials out here today. You'll see them wearing the blue. They'll be helping us spot and mark all of the throws and jumps and raking the pits and changing the bars and all the other things that are required to run a track meet and run it efficiently, And a lot of these people you're seeing on the field are representatives of the OBU athletic department. So thank you to, I see some of the women's basketball team, a couple of the football coaches, and then obviously all of the track coaches from around the conference that more than do their due in stepping in and helping run this event efficiently. And here comes Derek Onyeter from Southern Arkansas. Some of his teammates are behind the jump wall there. And he's going to get it. Wow, what a jump. And that's going to bring a round of applause. Duvalli Show from his teammates behind the barricade there. It is a closed infield today, partially because of the mix of throwing and running events, but also just because of the wetness of the field. Can't risk the field getting torn up and affecting throwing events later this afternoon. Zane Nutter doesn't clear the bar, so that will bring Antoine Jones his opportunity. Coming into today, the leader in terms of longest jump, he had that 2:08 at the 2022 OBU Invitational, so he is very comfortable jumping in this stadium. And that's exactly why. That was a fantastic jump, even earned a couple of rounds of applause from the Southern Arkansas counterparts behind the barricade on the south end of the stadium. Again, we are nearing the start of the second flight of the Discus athletes here to open up our field events. We are trying to keep track the best we can of the long jump going on in the opposite side of the field. Obviously, that's a flighted event down there. We can give you the names of those athletes that are jumping right now. Flight 2 of the women's long jump goes as follows. Again, these are seeded events, so this is number 12 through 1. Grace Carter from Harding, she jumped a 5:04 at their own invitational this year. Devlin Rivera, we've seen her compete a couple times this weekend so far. 5:07 at the Mississippi College season opener. Issa Traylor from Southern Arkansas, her teammate, jumped a 5:28 at the Leon Johnson NSU Invitational. Emily Patterson from Harding put out a 5:34 from the Harding Bison Open. Aaliyah Stovall from Northwestern, she hit 5:37 here at the OBU track invite. And Harding teammates Lauren Schell and Sophie Rippbauer both competed. Sophie did win the women's heptathlon. Lauren Schell, I believe, placed fourth if my memory serves, or second, if my memory serves. 5:38 at the OBU Invitational and 5:39 for Schell and Rippbauer. Lauren Beeson, she hit a 5:41 at the Little Rock Twilight with the 10K. Isabella Lotz from Oklahoma Baptist hit a 5:49 at OU earlier this year in the Sooner Invitational. Tatalavia Rosser hit a 5:55 at the Leon Johnson NSU Invitational, and Jenna Atkins from Harding hit a 5:63 at the Rhodes College 7-way meet. And Anisha Henderson has the biggest number coming into today with the 5:70 at the John Jacobs Invitational. We are nearing the opening throw here for the women's discus. Again, this will be the focal point of our coverage as we're flipping back and forth between the discus and the high jump. Jadon Cormier just had his big jump, and that's going to allow Derek Onyeter, and that will allow Zane Nutter his opportunity to jump. Zane now wearing the tape on the right ankle. Did not have that on yesterday. that brace. He did not have that on, so you have to wonder if that's something that's bothering him or not. Again, now giving the instructions for the second flight of the women's discus throw, as there is a big white flag jump given to a Harding jumper on the opposite side of the track. And now we are set to see Antoine Jones make his, what I believe will be his fourth jump today. Couple that with the start of the women's discus in the second flight. Keontae Brown will lead off proceedings for Southern Arkansas. Keontae's throw landed just shy of the 20-yard line. And that will be the leadoff point for Kara Mason. Kara Mason's going to miss wide right, so that throw will be rendered inconsequential as Zane Nutter missed his jump on the opposite end. Antoine Jones now gets his opportunity to seal the deal. Spencer Van Dyke from Harding. What a beautiful throw from Spencer. That's going to land just shy of the 20, close to the out-of-bounds line, but it will be a fair throw as the officials are going over to mark it. Oh, never mind. It was deemed out. No, there's a little bit of confusion between the officials trying to disseminate. No, it was ruled out of bounds. Final verdict, an out-of-bounds throw. Here comes the throw. It's going to be well short of that mark. It's going to be about the 11-yard line. And that's going to allow Jenna seize her opportunity to throw. I actually believe that is Anna K. Clark that will be throwing. I don't know if Jenna seize is competing today. Ariana Wilson, or Caitlin Thomas, excuse me, from Southern Arkansas will get her opportunity. As the final two jumpers are Derek Onyeter and Antoine Jones over in the men's high jump. Onyeter, or Zay Nutter, is about to take his opportunity. Sorry, final three. Onyeter, Nutter, and Antoine Jones. And now Ariana Wilson and there's a throw. That lands the first throw past the 20-yard line today. It is a legal throw, and here comes Jones and the long jump, or high jump, excuse me. Antoine approaches, and he does clear, and that gets a good round of applause from some of his teammates down there and he is excited, as he should be. A fantastic jump from Antoine Jones. Kaylee Hossam gets her opportunity to throw. And that's going to fly south of the 20 as well. That will be the second throw south of the 20 we've seen today in this second flight of the prelims. Madison Hitshoe get her opportunity. As Jones is actually going to take another chance today. He will get one more jump, it looks like. Tessa Tergrutenhess had hers land just about the 20-yard line, a little short of her teammates. And that'll allow Nicole Morris her opportunity to jump. And hers is launched. That's going to land just north of the 20, a little short. The field from field of view, left to right, north to south. And Jones gets called off his attempt. And here he comes. And he's not going to get it. He's a little angry about that one. That will leave us with Haley Skarupa from Southern Arkansas. That'll leave the top two placers in the discus so far this year in terms of total distance, with Cooper Mon from Harding and Jade Bird from Oklahoma Baptist. And that's a big number. The Lady Mule Riders have the third longest thrower in this event, as I mentioned, in Skarupa. And Cooper just laid hers just right of the 20-yard line on your field of view. And now Jade Bird, which will most likely be a little disappointing for Jade. Jones still trying to get his height. He'll have 3 attempts at this height. He'll get the opportunity to match this if he can get there. The Great American Conference record was set by a teammate of Jones in 2018, Cameron Bynes, jumped 2:11 in 2018. Jones won't get it. The conference record so far for the Great American Conference in terms of total distance is 47.90. That was set by Liz Fouts from Harding in 2021. So it is not out of the question for Jade Bird to have a big throw and go get that conference meet record today. again, an exciting day is the high jump. Now has one more jump, and as the second flight concludes and the finals start to heat up here for the women's long jump. Excited to see the slate of today's action as we look forward to a full day of Great American Conference track action. Keontae Brown threw her second throw. It was a legal one in the legal area. Misses short just a little bit of the 10-yard line. And now that will allow Kara Mason to make her throw today. Kara throws a big discus down the right-hand side. And that will allow her the opportunity to send her teammate Spencer Van Dyke up to play. Jenna Sees gets her opportunity to throw for the Harding Bisons as they're measuring Spencer Van Dyke's. You will see trophy presentations throughout the day for different events. The top 8 will receive their recognition. So we will update you as those come. I see that it looks like the women's 10,000 meter is being celebrated right now. So 10,000 meter medalist. Caitlin Thomas now gets the opportunity to throw for the discus. The top 3 for your 5,000 meter for the women's. Ashlyn Mays of Arkansas Tech will take 3rd in the 5,000 meter. That was on Thursday. The runner-up from Oklahoma Baptist, Emma Downing, she takes 2nd. Congratulations. And the winner of the women's 10,000 meter, with a GAC championship record of 36:49.57. Sophia Strange will take the gold. So congratulations to those ladies. The 10,000 meter is not a fun race, so congratulations to those ladies for all their work as we see Ariana Wilson take her throw, and it will land just shy of the 20-yard line. Kaylee Hossam will get her opportunity to throw today. Second time today in the flight 2. And followed by her teammate Madison Hitshoe that I tried to jump the gun on there shortly. So although it does seem that one of those ladies is not throwing today, we don't quite have clarity on who that is at the moment, but we will bring that information to you as soon as we get it. Madison hits you, now due up to throw. The men's high jump is concluded, and if I was forced to put some money on who I thought had won that event, I think it's going to be Antoine Jones, and then Derek Onyeter in second and Zane Nutter in third. Don't have official jump points for you guys yet, but the men's and women's jumping habits are still going on right now. Nicole Morris just had her opportunity to throw, and now we'll see Haley Skorupa. And we will see their second throw here in the preliminary rounds of Flight 2. These two ladies are good enough for fourth and third coming into today in terms of total marks. Their mark is the fourth and third highest respectively. They're throwing into the wind a little bit with the discus throw on the north side of the stadium, throwing south. The cloud cover today has taken away some of the sunshine that was here this morning. Yesterday was extremely hot outside. Sat outside for a little bit and seemed to get scorched for my troubles. Looked like it was Anisha Henderson who just had her jump, which looks like complete Flight 2. And Jade Bird will get her opportunity to throw, her second throw of the flights, the second flight. Oh, I lied. Grace Carter, will get her opportunity to have one more jump through in the Flight 2 of the long jump. The Mark Jade Bird will some of the field athletes are accepting the 10,000 meter award in place of their teammates as their teammates are warming up today or not present yet today. So there's some of the bigger field athletes for Harding who are standing on the podium for the 10,000 meter. Don't let that deceive you. They are just taking the place of their teammates. That will spin the block on flight 2 to give us the opportunity to see Issa Taylor down on the other end. She just had her jump. That will bring Emily Patterson to the plate to get her chance in the pit. Spencer Van Dyke now gets her opportunity to throw. We are working on getting our camera situated on the long jump here so we can show that coverage now that the high jump is complete. And there it is. Like I said, now we will see Emily Patterson. Here's Emily's jump. And we are set to see Jenna C's here from Harding, and then we will see Anna K. Clark and Caitlin Thomas. There's C's throw. Now we are jumping back to the pit. We're going to see Aaliyah Stovall from Northwestern Oklahoma State. We see a litany of other athletes starting their warm-up process for the running events that we will see kick off here pretty soon. Might have the opportunity to hear from another voice besides me later this afternoon if we get some cavalry to help us out with the rest of the day. Jordan Allen might get to join us later this afternoon. We'll see depending on his responsibilities as the day wanes on. And now we get to see Caitlin Thomas, Southern Arkansas, and then in the pit we're going to see Lauren Shell. That was a fantastic throw from Caitlin. If she gets some round of applause, she deserves it. Ariana Wilson now coming up to throw, and as I mentioned, we're about to see that was Lauren Shell for Harding, who just completed her jump, gets the white flag. She's good to go. And that's going to allow her teammate and heptathlon champion Sophie Rittbauer to jump today. Ariana Wilson, there's her throw. It's going to get caught a little bit by the wind and sit down just north of the 15-yard line. Again, as I said, the orientation here, left to right. The left of your screen is the north end of the stadium, and the right of your screen is the south end. And there's Sophie's jump. Kaylee Hossam will get her opportunity to throw. That lands smack dab in the middle of the 15 and 20-yard line. Again, the highest throw we've seen so far today through two, now going through the third opportunity in flight 2 will be that 21-22 yard mark just to the right of the 20-yard line. Lauren Beeson from Southeastern now lining up to jump. Here comes Lauren. Madison Hitshoe gets her opportunity to throw for the third time today. And Isabella Lotz from Oklahoma Baptist will get her next opportunity to jump. That's a good throw there. It's just a little short of the 20-yard line. And that will set the plate for Tessa Tegrusenhess. That's a fun last name. Tegrootenhues. Excuse me. Not Tessa. It will be Nicole Morris. That was Tessa that just threw. Isabel Lotz just completed her jump. It was seemed like a good jump from over here. There's a lot of bodies in between. You guys have a little bit better view from the top of the press box. Nicole's throw misses wide left. Haley Skoruppa, Skoruppa, will get her third opportunity to throw. Tata Livia Rosser. There was her long jump. She had the third highest mark coming into today, 5.55, and then that leaves Jenna Atkins and Anisha Henderson. With the completion of Skoruppa's last throw, now we'll see Cooper Mon and Jade Bird. So the best two placers here for each event left in the discus and the long jump. Both of these events are in the second flight of the prelims, and then we'll see the finals immediately following. Cooper's throw goes just past the 20. That's going to be, I think, the highest mark we see today. Again, they're throwing into the wind just a little bit. The jumper's jumping with the wind. Jenna Atkins, with her opportunity to jump. She had a 5.63 at the Road College 7-way meet this year. That was her personal best in the 2022 athletic year, and that will bring Jade Bird, the discus leader, and she's going to miss wide right with what would have been a big throw from Jade. You don't need to throw your personal best here in the prelims. You really just need to kind of settle in and get yourself to the finals and then let the proverbial big dog eat in the finals. So this will be Anisha Henderson. Her final jump of flight 2. Her college best in the long jump is 5.66. And in the triple jump, she also competes. She had 11.58. Her last appearance prior to this was in the John Jacobs Invitational, and she jumped 5.70 in that event. You have to think she'd love to see 5.70 here. As I mentioned, the GAC meet record is 5.75. Judging by the hugs that went around, I think that may have been a personal best for Anisha there, as the discus final is being set right now. The final will be set. I got confirmation from the officials that we will get a list from that event. The results for the men high jump has gone final, so we will share those with you. We'll go from the bottom and work our way up. In 8th, Christian Hillary, he jumped 3 times at 168 and failed all 3 attempts, so he will finish 8th. Jadon Cormier, he finished 7th, 178, then 5'10" for the people at home. Marquez Cyrus, Oakland Baptist, 183. Reed Fellers, 188. Jacob Cantrell finishes 4th, just outside the podium at 188. Zane Nutter takes 3rd. Will get on the podium for Oklahoma Baptist. 193 is his total. Derek Onyeter finishes 2nd at 198. And Antoine Jones finishes at 201. So again, your top 3, Antoine Jones, congratulations on taking the gold. Derek Onyeter on the podium, and 2nd, Zane Nutter for Oklahoma Baptist, finishing 3rd. As the finals are getting set for both the discus and the long jump, we will take a break and we will be back here shortly on the bicycle. Welcome back to Oklahoma Baptist University, who's playing host to the Great American Conference Track Championship. We have the final grouping for the women's discus event, the first field event today of the women. The women's discus and long jump are the two events that are still rolling right now. I already read the results of the first event that concluded today and congratulated the new gold medalist for the 2022 men's high jump. And for the discus, we will see I believe it is the list for the final of the men's and women's, or the women's throw today. Destiny Chu is the last to qualify for the women's discus, followed by Ariana Wilson, who was followed up by Kaylee Hossam. Keontae Brown will make an appearance in the final, along with Jade Bird, who qualifies for the fifth best throw. Madison Hitshoe from Harding, Tessa Tegrudenhess at 7th, and Cooper Mon in 8th. So in order, that was from the least marked throw to the highest marked throw that will qualify. And we do not have the list, however, for the women's long jump, but we will continue to flip back and forth between the long jump and the discus. There's the long jump there. Looks like a Southern Arkansas athlete. The reason we struggle to keep the final up is because it becomes a mix of the two flights. So unlike in the running events where we can tell you exactly who qualifies based on times on the big screen and to the public address in the stadium, the field events are kept on a hand time status, handwritten in between each set, and so the officials on the ground set the top 8 performers and immediately push them into the final. So there is no official reporting until the end, in which all is reported at the same time. Both the prelims and the final will get recorded at that time. The women's discus is in progress right now, and I believe we just saw, Kaylee Hossam get her throw, or Madison Hitshoe, get her throw, and now we're going to see Tessa Tegrudenhess, and then I think we'll see Cooper Mon to finish it off. Judging by that throw, that may have been Cooper right there. We will remain to be seen, because that was a fabulous throw there from Cooper. I misspoke. That was not Cooper. That was Grudenhess. I was correct in my assessment. So now we will undoubtedly see Cooper Mon, who is the leader coming into the finals with a throw of 40.85. And that's a bigger throw than what Teton Grutenhess just did. So that's going to push Cooper Mon into the lead if I had to guess. And that was Southern Arkansas's Kaylin Thomas, who had the biggest throw in the prelims at 42.29. That was her biggest throw. Not still 5 meters off the GAC meet record. That was a fantastic throw, but it did leak out of bounds for Thomas. Flip back to high jump, or long jump, excuse me. Again, we apologize that we don't have the exact names for you, but we will do our best to continue to update you as these results do go final. Ariana Wilson gets her opportunity to throw, and she puts one out a good ways. And that will allow Kaylee Hossam to step into the circle. Flipping back to the long jump, looks like Harding Bisons took a jump there. They're announcing the results of the men's high jump. I gave you those earlier. Antoine Jones, as I mentioned, claims that crown. Jade Bird gets her opportunity to throw. Puts one about the 22-yard line. Madison Hitchu now to throw. Great throw from Madison. That's going to sit right about that 21-yard line. Tessa Ten-Grutenhess now comes into the circle. As there goes Isabella Lotz from Oklahoma Baptist to jump. If I had to guess, the women's long jump, that would be Aaliyah Stovall, about to jump over there at the pit. She had a 5.37 this year at the OBU Track Invitational, so she is comfortable jumping in this pit, and she's about to take her jump right now. And here comes Aaliyah. Aaliyah trying to put her name on the podium for the Lady Rangers. And that jump does get a couple round of applause from the Ranger faithful in the crowd, and that's going to allow Cooper Mon her opportunity to throw. A good throw from Cooper. That's going to stick just past the 20-yard line. And Kaylin Thomas will get her opportunity to match Cooper's throw. 40.23 coming into today was Kaylin's best number. 42.29 is what she has today, already beating out that number in the preliminaries. And she starts the slow clap. Here comes Thomas. Misses wide left on your screen, wide right for Thomas. And that will do it for the women's discus. When those results become official, we will let you know. Congratulations to all the competitors that got to compete today. And now we see a slow clap going for, I believe, is Isabella Lotz down the other end. I lied. It's a Harding athlete. Jenna Adkins. Here comes Jenna. Big jump from Jenna. Big jump. Does she get the white flag? She does. A good jump from Jenna Atkins. We'll see officially what that gets. His results come in here in a few moments. Jenna Atkins from Harding, the second best jumper on the docket for today. And due to the round of applause she got after that jump, I assume it was the number that they liked. That's going to bring Anisha Henderson to the runway. Jenna Atkins, her long jump best this year is 5.63. And in the ASU Red Wolf Open on the weekend of the 22nd to the 23rd, she jumped 5.58. Now here comes Anisha. Looking to set the conference record. She's only half a meter behind, 5.75 and 5.7 for Anisha. Here she comes. Big jump. And a couple of the faithful like it there. It does get the white flag. We'll see what the measure comes out. The long jump now the only event going. We will give you the results of the women's discus when those results become final. Looking forward to what we're going to have start here in the next 10 minutes. The men's discus will take place right after the women's. And Anisha gets a round of applause. Good jump from her. Men's discus due to start at noon. Men's long jump also in the same pit you're seeing action in now. Looks like there will be some form of podium movement, whether it's Henderson or Atkins there at the top. Both of those athletes both just got a round of applause there. So we will give you the podium shakeout officially when that comes our way. The men's discus and the men's long jump will take place here shortly at noon. And then the women's high jump will also start at noon as well. Pole vault due to start at 1, women's and then men's, and then the shot put will also start at 1 o'clock. As far as the running, the first running event we'll see today is the 4x100 relay. That'll start at 1:30 and then followed by the men's at 1:40. We will be back here in a minute to kick off the rest of our coverage in the men's discus and men's long jump and women's high jump. We will be right back here on the Bicycle Welcome back to our coverage here of the Great American Conference Outdoor Track Championship here in Shawnee, Oklahoma. We are through 3 events, and we are awaiting official results on 2, of which of those are now complete. We are in the process of the men's discus first flight preliminary, the men's long jump first flight preliminary, and the women's high jump preliminary before the finals take place in all 3 of those events. The men's high jump, the only results to go final officially so far today. The men's long jump, we will give you the lowdown on the first flight of those gentlemen. Christian Hillary from Southern Nazarene is yet to record a new best mark. Chauncey Blake in Southern Arkansas, he reported a 5.70 at the Dan Veach Invitational. Caden Martin from Oklahoma Baptist hit a 6.09 at the OBU Invitational. Jadon Cormier reported a 6.18 at the Carl Knight Invitational. Cedric Gable from Harding, he won the high jump, or finished 3rd in the high jump yesterday. Or triple jump, excuse me. 6.19 at the Rhodes College 7-way meet. Christian Mosley from Southern Arkansas, Dontrell Robertson, and Carter Duncan with 6.32, 6.46, and 6.50 respectively. Jacob Cantrell from Harding and Reed Fellers from Oklahoma Baptist University. Those are the first flight of your preliminaries for the long jump today. And the men's discus side of things, we have 2 flights. Alan Carey from Oklahoma Baptist 28.61 in the OBU Invitational. Deron Williams, Oklahoma Baptist 31.18. Jebediah Owen from East Central 33.88. Xavier Augustus 38.15. Elijah Wood 38.79. Nick Gonzalez from Southern Arkansas 38.84. Jonathan Vaughn from East Central 39.30. Avery Forte 39.95. Carson Nicholas, Southern Arkansas 42.38. Those are the flights for your men's discus and your men's long jump. Now going over to the other side of the field, you have the women's high jump taking place right now. We will give you the assignments there. The festivities are starting to heat up here a little bit as we see the athletes pile in today for the finale of the 3-day conference weekend. There's only 1 flight for the women's high jump, and it is as follows. Lotta Sheree Bell from Northwestern. Shia Crittington from Southern Nazarene. Mackenzie Miller from Oklahoma Baptist. Ashley Castray from Oklahoma Baptist. Samantha Kuzma from Southwestern. Sophie Ripbauer from Harding. Gina Wilson from Northwestern. Kelsey Boyd from Southern Arkansas. Camden Moody, Oklahoma Baptist. Takika Zachary, Northwestern. Lauren Shell from Harding. Emily Patterson from Harding. Alexis Matlock from Southern Arkansas, Brylan Williams from Harding, and Kiera Blankenship from Harding. 171 the mark of the Joey Haynes invite for the top marker for the long jump or high jump for the women. That is only 0.02 off the Great American Conference meet record set by Mackenzie Stanford in 2018 from Oklahoma Christian University. Nearing the 12:20 mark as the women's discus and women's long jump results have now become official. For the women's discus, Kaylin Thomas takes the win for Southern Arkansas with a mark of 42.79. Cooper Mon takes second place with 41.26. Tessa Tegrutenhess takes third with 40.80, and Jade Bird takes fourth with 40.48. To round out the rest of the top 8, Madison Henshaw, Ariana Wilson, Kaylee Hossam, Keontae Brown, and Destiny Chu finishes 9th. For the women's long jump, Oklahoma Baptist takes it with a conference record of 5.96. So congratulations to Anisha Henderson, who takes the conference record that was previously held by an Oklahoma Baptist alum, Kim Robertson, at 5.75. 5.96 was the mark. Had that not been jumped, Jenna Adkins would have set the conference record at 5.82 from Harding. She finished second. Isabel Lott takes third. Tatalava Rosser takes fourth. Aaliyah Stovall takes fifth. Issa Traylor takes sixth. Lauren Beeson takes seven. Grace Carter in eight. So congratulations to the women's long jumpers. They have finished their day on in the pit. As mentioned, men's discus in the process. The first flight preliminary right now, along with the women's high jump and men's long jump. We will have camera angles on all three of those here shortly. The congratulations to the women's hammer throw. Just got announced over the PA here today. Men's discus going on right now in the first heat. And we are seeing if we can get up to date with who is up to throw there. When I figure that out, I will continue to relay that information to you as well with the high jump. Looks like at the high jump, that was Ashley Casterkey, and now Samantha Kuzma to jump. Over in the pit, it looks like it's Cedric Gable about to jump for Harding. Cedric medaled in the round earlier today, or yesterday, in the triple jump. And that was Nick Gonzalez who just threw in the discus. So we are caught up. So Alan Carey. No, Carson Nicholas, excuse me. Alan Carey now gets his opportunity to throw for the second time in the preliminaries. As Christian Mosley just jumped for Southern Arkansas. Excuse me, that was Jadon Cormier. Should give Cedric Gable the opportunity to jump. And Gina Wilson just jumped over in the high jump pit, and she did not clear successfully. Over Deron Williams now gets the opportunity to throw for Oklahoma Baptist, and he's going to miss wide to his right or left. Gable waiting on his measurement over at the high jump, or long jump, excuse me. Christian Mosley now will get his opportunity to jump. And now Camden Moody gets her chance to jump over at the high jump. Camden is not clear. And we just saw Jebediah Owen throw over in the preliminaries for the first heat, and now his teammate Xavier Augustus gets the chance. Takia Zachary just got some round of applause. Her best this year at 1.58 at the Joe Meeker Classic. Elijah Wood just let his throw go over on the north end of the stadium. His personal best this year is 38.78. That was here at the OBU Invitational. Here comes Dontrell Robertson. Good jump for Dontrell. A remeasuring of the stick to come here for Takia Zachary from Northwestern. Over on the high jump. Here comes Jonathan Vaughn for the discus throw. Now the opportunity for Jacob Cantrell just went. He's the second highest jumper in the flight over on the long jump pit. And Reed Fellers is the leader in that pit. He will jump next. Looks like Breland Williams will stand a jump over at the high jump pit. She rolled 1.68 earlier this year in the Harding Invitational. She misses, and that will bring her teammate Kiara Blankenship. Or that was Kiara, excuse me. That was Kiara Blankenship that just failed her jump, and now that will spin back to the top of the order, and Lada Sheree Bell. Now Avery Fort for Harding will get Forte will get his opportunity to throw, as we are waiting for Chauncey Blake over at the long jump pit as well. And here comes Avery. Avery's throw. Avery's throw lands down the right-hand side as we now wait for Chauncey Blake hit the long jump. Chauncey recorded the 5.70 meter jump in the Southern Arkansas Dan Veach Invitational. It's a good jump for Chauncey here in the first round of the preliminaries. watching the warm-up for the second flight on the men's discus throw, as it looks like Gina Wilson Takia Zachary just cleared her jump over at the high jump pit. Now that's going to bring Lauren Shell with the opportunity for her to jump. And we're seeing Dontrell Robertson had a good jump. Lauren Shell was able to clear her jump. That's going to be our predominant coverage here while we're waiting for the discus to settle through their warm-up. Here comes Takia Zachary. She clears, and that will allow Kiara Blankenship. The second flight for the men's discus is as follows. Travion Scott for Southern Arkansas. His personal best this year is 42.56 in the Louisiana Classic. Seth West from Harding, 43.04 in the Bison Open. Matthew Higdon from Oklahoma Baptist, 43.59 at the UTA Invitational. Spencer Helms from Harding, 43.64 at the Bison Open. Jaden Zerby threw a 45.26 at the Joey Haynes Invitational. Moses Rivera marked a 46.49 at the Harding Bison Open. Darius Trimble from Southern Arkansas threw a 46.67 at the Little Rock Twilight. JaCameron Zachary from Southern Arkansas, 49 even at the Leon Johnson NSU Invitational. And Alexander Chauvinik from Oklahoma Baptist, 51.30 at the John Jacobs Invitational. A little bit off the GAC record of 57.44 set by Josh Strochkin from Harding in 2017. The women, Kiara Blankenship does have the opportunity to break Mackenzie Stanford's record from Oklahoma Christian in 1.73. She jumped to 1.71 at the Joey Haynes Invitational this year. We will continue to bring you the coverage of that event as it unfolds. Women's high jump still in progress here today, as well as the second flight of the men's discus is in progress as well. Remind you that these preliminaries are seeded events, so The top 9 are in the second flight, and the bottom 9 just completed their opportunity to throw their way into the final that we will see immediately following these prelims. The men's long jump is taking place across the field on the east side. The first flight is still in progress. Reed Fellers, I think, is taking the last jump of Flight 1. We will bring you that flight here in a minute. Meanwhile, we're seeing the end of the the end of the preliminaries and the beginning of the finals of the high jump for the women over on the south end of the stadium. Again, as I mentioned a couple times throughout the day, it's hard to see the preliminary transition into the final because we do not get an official final list from the officials because it is all hand kept on the field to fight against any issues we may face in terms of recording official times. A beautiful day out here in Shawnee, Oklahoma for the cap of our weekend here at the Great American Conference Track Outdoor Tournament, track meet, 76 degrees outside, mostly cloudy, some breaks for some sunshine to get through, a high of 80 today, 76 right now, a little bit of wind, about 11 miles to the northwest, the exact opposite of the wind these athletes saw yesterday. The UV index is 5. That's a little bit of a drop from it was 8 yesterday. So everybody's excited to not have to fight the sunburns quite as much as they did yesterday. Growing up here on the 1240 mark in this wonderful afternoon. The day is still young. A lot of finals left to compete for and a lot of podiums to land on. So we're excited for the rest of today. As I mentioned, as the results become final, we will bring you those results promptly as they become official. The first running event will start today at 1:30. That'll be the women's 4x100 meter relay. The men's shot put's supposed to start at 1 o'clock. That will be the final and prelims of that event. That event immediately following the discus. There will be a lot of crossover between those two athletes groups, so we will undoubtedly see that delayed if this discus is not resolved before 1 o'clock. Women's high jump, men's long jump, and men's discus in process right now. The second flight of the men, when that warm-up completes, I will reread the order that we will see those athletes compete in as we're seeing the second flight of the men's long jump start their warm-up process down on the east side of the field. The final in progress for the women's high jump down on the south end of the field. We don't have the final list for that event right now, but I think that was Takia Zachary we just saw take her jump in the finals, and that would lead us to believe that Chea Crittington from Southern Nazarene now gets her opportunity, judging by the maroon trunks. She does not get her mark either. That leaves a Harding athlete the opportunity to jump. That is Samantha Kuzma down there right now, about to make her jump in the high jump pit. We are fixing to get underway for the men's discus and the men's long jump, and then also you're starting to see some sprinters get active around the track. We will see the 4x100 relay at 1:30, and we will also see the women's pole vault start here around 1 o'clock. So we will be up and running here about 1 o'clock. There will be a lot going on. We will be covering what we can in video and then the rest with audio. As those results do become final, we will bring you those results. We will be trying to get a camera out to Shotput here. There's going to be eventually we'll have a camera set up at the long jump pit for the final of that competition. And we will obviously, right now we're covering the high jump going on the south end of the stadium, and then we will be bouncing back and forth between the long jump, discus, and high jump. High jump will be the first to complete out of the 3 events. We will bring that final to you undoubtedly during the finals of the men's events that are in progress right now. Welcome back to Oklahoma Baptist University and the coverage of the 2022 Great American Conference Outdoor Track Championships. My name is Zach Frazier. We will attempt to help you cover the various events that are going on today here in Shawnee, Oklahoma. The men's long jump is about to start. I already read off the participants for the men's discus, but I will read them off again for the second group. Trevon Scott, Southern Arkansas. Seth West, Harding. Matthew Higdon, Oklahoma Baptist. Spencer Helms, Harding. Jaden Zerby, Harding. Moses Rivera, Harding. Darius Trimble, Southern Arkansas. Cameron Zachary, and Alexander Chauvinik. Those are the participants for the men's discus in Flight 2. Again, both flights take place. The top 9 from those flights will be added into the finals for the shot put, or excuse me, the discus. Men's long jump also in process of warming up the second flight. Same idea there. Those participants, however, are the following: Marquez Cyrus, Oklahoma Baptist. Tad Kirby, Harding. Ben Ferris, Harding. Christopher Wish, Southern Arkansas. Zane Nutter, Oklahoma Baptist. Cole Rappaport, Southern Arkansas. Jai Moore, Oklahoma Baptist. Derek Onyader, Southern Arkansas. Darius Patterson, Southern Arkansas. Matt Hipshire, Harding. And Isaiah Willis, Oklahoma Baptist. The top mark for those competitors in the long jump this year, 7:07. Again, both of these events are seeded. The top mark in the conference, the Great American Meet record, is 7:29. That was set by Carrance Higgins from Southern Arkansas in 2016. That mark, the closest to that mark, is Isaiah Willis at 7:07. That was set at the John Jacobs Invitational. Right behind him is the decathlon champion of 2022, Matt Hipshire, at 7:02. The split from the bottom of this flight is Marquez Cyrus, his personal best this year, 6:57 at the SCU Paul Perrin Invitational. Then obviously the top mark, as I said, is his teammate from Oklahoma Baptist, Isaiah Willis. The women's high jump here coming into the final jumps of their final. Again, we will bring you those results here shortly as we get them. Here is the flight 2 is about to start here for the men's discus. That will be the easiest to keep track of. We will also be able to keep track of the men's long jump as well. The women's high jump team over there is working to raise the bar one last time for these ladies as they make their final pass through the high jump. We apologize we don't have the names again with the non-electronic tracking that we do for the field events. We do not get live updates as to jumps and scores, so it is all done on paper, then released to the scores table, and then that will be released to McDonald Timing, who then will release those official results to us as they come in. The Great American Conference record book for the high jump for the women. For the discus, the mark was set by Josh Scrochins from Harding in 2016 at 57.54. He appears second on that list as well in 2017 for 54.76. There's a significant drop-off till Dylan Gardner from ECU. His third place throw all time is good for 48.21. Trevon Scott just got us started over there on the discus. Now Seth West has his opportunity to go and jump, or throw, excuse me. And I believe that is Kiera Blankenship for Harding, that's about to take her run at one of her final jumps of the afternoon. Travion Scott just led off the flight, and Seth West put one about a yard short of the 25-yard line. Matthew Higdon now gets his first opportunity in the flight, and that'll be a good throw down to about the 21, 22-yard line. Three Harding Bisons due up in their last few throws, or first opening throws of this second flight. Again, these flights are seeded for these field events, so in order of personal best this year in sanctioned conference meets will be the standard for who leads off the order. So here's Spencer's throw, Spencer Helms. That's a great throw. That's going to land directly on the 25-yard line. That's the best throw we've seen so far from Spencer. Now Jaden Zerby and Moses Rivera due up for the Harding Bisons. There's still a good amount of jumps going on at the south end of the stadium. We don't have names for those athletes as they are currently competing, but we will get you those official results when they come through here in the next few minutes. Moses Rivera. Darius Trimble, and now JaCameron Zachary throwing for the Mule Riders, 46, 67, and 49 even, respectively. And that's a big throw there. That's going to land past the 30, and that is by far the biggest throw we have seen today in the discus, regardless of heat. We have now officially got underway over on the long jump pit for the second flight of the men's preliminaries. And we are about to see Tad Kirby. The women's high jump is nearing completion. There's only a couple of jumps left for those ladies. There's undoubtedly in the middle of the last couple of jumps in the finals over there. So we will bring you those results when they go final. It's a beautiful day here in Shawnee, Oklahoma. They've come few and far between this spring, so glad we're able to have some good weather here for the conference championship weekend. National anthem just finished up here at the Great American Conference outdoor track meet, and that officially signifies the start about 2 hours after we've started. But we now return to the normal activities of the preliminaries in both the men's discus and long jump for the men. Women, in the middle of the high jump, they are in the last few jumps of the finals. We are awaiting results from that competition once they become official. There's a beautiful day here, not too hot, not too cold here on the campus of Oklahoma Baptist University. And we are excited to continue to get a full slate of athletic competition today across the Great American Conference. Now we get to see, looks like Seth West for Harding University on his first throw today, followed by Matthew Higdon. And now we are about to kick off the festivities for the second flight of the preliminaries for the long jump. And Marquez Cyrus should lead us off for Oklahoma Baptist University, followed by Tad Kirby, Ben Ferris, Christopher Wish, Zane Nutter, Cole Rappaport, Jai Moore, Derek Onyeater, Darius Patterson, Matt Hipshire, and Isaiah Willis. Pretty good throw there from Matthew Higdon, the Oklahoma Baptist Bison, and now that will bring Spencer Helms his opportunity. This will be the second time through the order for all of these athletes in the second prelim. Again, these are seeded events, taking the top 9 overall regardless of flight. Spencer Helms with a good throw, trying to stay in the circle. That'll land just south of the 21-yard line. Final 3 competitors left in the women's high jump over on the south end of the stadium. And we are in the middle of the beginning of the preliminaries for the men's high jump. Again, Marquez Cyrus will lead us off over there, and then we will see Tad Kirby and Ben Ferris. Women's high jump now nearing its completion down on the south end. That's what you're seeing currently. A good jump there from Ben Ferris. Tad Kirby. Now we'll see Ben Ferris. And then Christopher Wish immediately after that. That is the view you're seeing now of the long jump. A good number there from Tad Kirby. Gets some excitement from his teammate Matt Hipshire. It's a good throw there from Southern Arkansas's JaCameron Zachary over in the discus pit. And that will bring Alexander Chauvinik up. He is the current leader in terms of total distance in the discus so far this year in the Great American Conference. So if all goes according to Alexander's plan, he will be walking away with a gold medal in the discus this year. Here's Chauvinik's throw. He's going to miss wide right. That would have been a great throw had it been straightened out, but wide left on your screen, wide right in the thrower's orientation. Here comes Christopher Wish. Zane Nutter now gets his opportunity, who's competed in a number of events today, placed in the high jump yesterday and then again in the javelin late last night. Women's pole vault now in the process of warming up will take place soon. That competition, we will bring you those competitors here momentarily. Seth West back up in the order for the discus. He will land one down the left-hand side of your screen. Matthew Higdon's next, due up for the discus, and Zay Nutter makes his approach and jump down on the opposite end of the field. Cole Rappaport, Jai Moore due up in the long jump. And Spencer Helms after a pretty good throw there from Higdon. Spencer Helms, Jaden Zerby, Moses, Rivera, the three Hardin Bisons ranked 4, 5, and 6 overall coming into today in terms of total distance in the discus throw. And the battle of some Harding Bisons on the other end of the field in the high jump. If I had to guess, it's probably Brylan Williams and Kiera Blankenship. Not quite a successful jump there. Jai Moore gets his opportunity right after Cole Rappaport in the long jump pit, and he's about to make his approach. They're clearing the sand, and here comes Jai. That was a good jump from Jai Moore. Appreciate our camera work down there from Jordan Allen. Appreciate that. We are now going to see Darius Trimble. Darius Trimble throws a good discus down the middle of the fairway. That however, will be a fault. Stepped out of the circle, so that will not count. That brings JaCameron Zachary. And there's another beautiful throw from JaCameron. That's going to be he has the only two throws to land on the south side or of the right of your viewing screen of the 30-yard line. And that will bring Alexander Chauvinik to the circle. And we're going to see now in the long jump pit, Derek Onyader, who just jumped. And that'll bring Darius Patterson and give him his opportunity to jump. And here comes Alexander Chauvinik. He will throw first. Alexander throws his leaking out right again. Those are two massive throws. He has not been able to land in bounds. Alexander really needs to put one in play to qualify for his final. Now here comes Darius Patterson. And he has a legal jump as the white flag goes up. And they will announce the official final for the men's long jump here shortly, as we have the final jump of the women's high jump about to take place here. And she is not able to turn it over and get And that was Matt Hipshire you just saw. He's shaking his head. He likes that one. Wouldn't be surprised to hear some round of applause after that gets measured out. There is one competitor left in the final of the women's high jump. Her third and final opportunity on deck here. And here she goes. The men's long jump. Now, Isaiah Willis just about to get his first shot today. The current #1 jumper in the conference. Excuse me, he just jumped. Now it's going to be Marquez Cyrus. There's a great jump there. That will complete the women's high jump today. Now the three events going on are the pole vault, the long jump, and the discus. Here shortly when the discus wraps up, you will see the start of the shot put. The final of the discus is now underway. Again, they will go in order of longest throw in the preliminaries. The women's pole vault grouping goes as follows: Abigail Prentice from Harding, Hazel Jackson from Harding, Taylor Graham from Harding, Lindsay Parker from Harding. They all have 270, 275, 290, and 326 respectively on their personal best this year in a meet. Peyton Huffert from Oklahoma Baptist University has 335 in the North Texas Classic. Peyton Fleeman from Southern Arkansas, 335 as well. Raylan Gibbs from Southern Arkansas, 340. That is her best mark in a seeded meet this year. Kendallin Stuve from Oklahoma Baptist, 350. Katie Carter, 355. Emily Julian, 365. All for the Bison, Sarah Getro from Harding, 365 at the Harding Invitational. And Sierra White, 410 for Harding. Sierra does have the Great American Conference meet record at 402. So if she is able to hit her mark of 410 today, she will break that record that she holds. We've seen her teammate, Anna K. Clark, do that yesterday in the women's javelin, looking to repeat history again today. Again, we are in the middle of the finals now for the men's discus and the preliminaries for the long jump and starting the pole vault. Finals in the men's shot put going on right now. We have a couple of athletes from each school represented. That was one of the Harding athletes. I believe it to be Jaden Zerby. And we will see Moses Rivera up next. Some celebration there for Ben Ferris. Jai Moore does not make an attempt on the long jump. Now moving back over to the discus. Now we're going to see Matthew Higdon for Oklahoma Baptist make his throw. That is a good throw, going to land just south of the 20-yard line. The pole vault competitors, as I laid out for you a minute ago: Abigail Prentice, Hazel Jackson, Taylor Graham, Lindsey Parker, Peyton Hufford, Peyton Freeman, Raylan Gibbs, Kendall Stuve, Katie Carter, Emily Julian, Sarah Gautreau, and Sierra White. Looking like we're about to see Peyton Hufford here. As she clears her number by a comfortable margin. Excuse me, that was Kendall and Stuve. Now we're going to see Katie Carter. Matt Hipshire about to take his chance at his second long jump. And Matt really liked his first jump here, trying to recreate that magic here again. Already won the decathlon yesterday, wanting to make another big move here. Cameron Zachary now gets his opportunity at the discus. He has been the biggest thrower today. He will indicate the last throw of the first round of the final. And that's another big throw. Might be his best of the day if it keeps going. Not quite. It's going to land a little short of his best mark today. We saw him land one past the 30 in the prelims. The pole vault staff is adjusting the measuring stick as we're going to see Isaiah Willis in the long jump pit. Here he comes, Isaiah. That was a great jump. That's going to get some applause there from the crowd at the pit. It was deemed a good jump. And now we are going to see Peyton Freeman over in Peyton Freeman and Raylan Gibbs, the two Southern Arkansas competitors in the pole vault today. The preliminaries are over now in the men's long jump. We will await to see who gets selected for the finals. Again, we won't get that official list until after the full event is over. We have gone around to the second time through the men's discus throwing. They have started through that lineup a second time. There is Southern Arkansas, Oklahoma Baptist, and Harding represented in the men's final, as the 4x1 teams are starting to get warmed up around the track today. We will see those events start here in about 9 minutes or so. There's a lot of space is going to have to open up around the track for the 4x1. There's a lot of events going on right now in the field. You see jumpers going on and pole vaults as well. Javelin or the discus won't really affect the running events on the outside as much as the other field events would. We'll see if we can get a official update for you from the women's high jump. When that comes through, we will let you know. The long jump now continuing their warm-up. We're going to see Zane Nutter. That is Zane getting ready to warm up over on the long jump pit, as we are in the process now of the final of the long jump and the final of the discus. This is we will be continuing to give you live updates as the field events continue to go on. We will shift our main coverage to the 4x1. We will have the finals of that event here starting shortly. The field events will continue, and we will bring updates as each one of those events does go final. The 4x1, women's 4x1, the start list is as follows. The Ouachita Baptist is going to be in lane 1. Southern Nazarene in lane 2. Southern Arkansas in lane 3. Harding in lane 4. Oklahoma Baptist in lane 5. Northwestern in lane 6. Southeastern in lane 7. Harding with the best time in this event coming into today with the 47:19. The 4x1 team is Clearma, Atkins, Eakin, and Johnson. So that team will be competing closely with the Oklahoma Baptist team of the 4x1, who that team is going to be Jones, Chapman, Brown, and McKee. Those are the favorites here in this 4x1 relay team. Northwestern also in the 47-second mark. They will be led by Lacey, Brantley, Hilton, and O'Leary. So we will Ouachita. Again, lane assignments of Ouachita, Southern Nazarene, Southern Arkansas, Harding, Oklahoma Baptist, Northwestern, and Southeastern. Harding won this event last year. Oklahoma Baptist was the runner-up. Harding trying to replicate that performance this year. Southeastern finished 4th in this event a year ago. Trying to set their mark on the podium this year, trying to move into that 3rd place spot. Best times for each team. Ouachita has the best time of 52:84. Southern Nazarene has the best time of 48:33. Southern Arkansas 47:40. Harding has the best time this year across all teams, 47:19. That was at the Rhodes College 7-way meet. Oklahoma Baptist has the second best time at 47:25 at the North Texas Classic. Northwestern Oklahoma has a good time on 47:97. That was at the Southwestern Relays. And Southeastern Oklahoma in lane 7 has the best time of 48:55 at the East Texas Invitational. We are preparing. The white flag is out, clearing the track for the runners. Again, this is the 4x1. This will be the first of the racing events today. And the crowd has thickened to probably the largest amount of people we'll have today, especially we'll start off with the 4x1 women's and then the men's immediately to follow. Shotput also will start here in a few minutes at the conclusion of the men's discus, which is going on right now as well. Starter is checking around for white flags, and he has all 4 white flags up, so he will return his attention back to the women. There's 2 minutes until the official start time of the women's 4x1. There will be, each woman runs a quarter of the track, and that will obviously 100 meters, 4 times, that's 400 meters. It's a lap around the track. We will finish right at the start line at the end of the final straight. The home stretch here on the west side of the stadium, nearest to the press box, the far side, the visitor side if you were playing football. And here we go. We're going to get on our marks here for these girls. And this will be a fun one. Undoubtedly a fast event here for today. The girls are on their marks. Again, lane assignments of Ouachita, Southern Nazarene, Southern Arkansas, Harding, Oklahoma Baptist, Northwestern, and Southeastern. Ready? And we're off. Here we go. Oklahoma Baptist trying to kill the stagger. Harding right there on behind. Not a direct lead yet. We'll see after the first handoff. Handoffs are clean. Northwestern out in front. Harding and Oklahoma Baptist step in step. Trying to kill the stagger. Oklahoma Baptist killing ahead in the second leg. Here we go. Third transition. Clean transition across, going into the final turn. Oklahoma Baptist out in front. Harding's got the stagger to make up. Harding on the inside track, falling behind. Oklahoma Baptist needs one more clear handoff, clean handoff. Here it comes, down the home stretch. Oklahoma Baptist in front. Harding trying to kick. Southern Arkansas is second. Harding trying to take third. Northwestern running. Oklahoma Baptist going to run away with it. That's Mary McKee, who's going to win the race for OBU. Oklahoma Baptist first, Southern Arkansas second, Northwestern third. Oklahoma Baptist takes the win in the 4x1, the 46 and change, 47-28 will do it. Oklahoma Baptist 46-75, 47-28 does it good enough for second. Third, 47 or 48 and change. 46-75 for Oklahoma, 47-28 for Southern Ark, Northwestern 47-42. A great race there in the women's 4x1. Oklahoma Baptist takes the handled victory there. And that will lead us straight into the men's 4x1. Quick update overall for the scores. Oklahoma Baptist pulling ahead in the men's department. 93 ahead of the second place competitor, 85. Harding has 85 points right now. Southern Arkansas in third with 69. On the female side, talk about running away with it. Harding has 123 total points. Second to Oklahoma, or first only to Oklahoma Baptist 75, who has a 20-point lead on third place Southern Arkansas. Men's 4x1 on deck here as we continue our coverage of the Great American Conference Outdoor Track Championship meet. The projected favorite for the men's discus is here with his opportunity, Alexander Chauvinik. And he puts a big one out into the middle of the infield, well past the 30, and that's the one Alexander's been looking for That's close to Jacameron Zachary's throw. Jacameron's had a couple really, really big throws, and he will get the opportunity to match that here. Lane assignments for the men's 4x1. Ouachita Baptist in lane 2. Their athletes are Goodwin, Fournier, Vickers, and Pointer. Lane 3, Harding, Williams, Bush, Kirby, Smith. Oklahoma Baptist in lane 4, Smith, Holland, Norman, and Knowles. Southern Arkansas in lane 5, Mosley, Johnson, Monroe, Johnson. Southern Nazarene in lane 6, Blackshire, Smith, Allen, and Lynch. The only 3 teams to record an official seed for this event are Harding, Oklahoma Baptist, and Southern Arkansas, and those times are as follows. 41-49 for Harding. The 94th Clyde Littlefield Texas Relays. Oklahoma Baptist has the best time coming into today is 46-9. That was set at the OBU Invitational here on Bison Hill. Southern Arkansas has a time of 41-11. So all teams are in the business of chasing Oklahoma Baptist, looking to upheave the previous best time of 40-69. This Oklahoma Baptist group is looking to break the GAC conference meet record of 40-63. They are .06 off that record with their best time this year in this track. And trying to clean sweep the 4x1. We are moments away here from the official start of the 4x1. About 5 minutes away from the official start, as we just saw the conclusion of the men's discus. We don't quite know who won that, and that would now puts a timer to when we will see the start of the shot put. We will check on official results while we are waiting for the 4x1 to start. The women's high jump has gone official, and Brylan Williams ends up taking the win for Harding. Harding goes 1-2-3. Brylan Williams gets 164 as her mark today. Emily Patterson second with 159. Kiara Blankenship in third with 159 with a scratch. And Alexis Matlock takes fourth for Southern Arkansas. The rest of the field goes as follows: Takira Zachary in fifth, Camden Moody in sixth, Chaya Crittington in seven, Samantha Kuzma, Ladashere Bell, Sophie Rittbauer, Lauren Schell, Gina Wilson, Mackenzie Miller, Ashley Castry to round out the group. We are waiting for the white flags to go up around the track. As we prepare for the 4x1. Again, the lane assignments: Lane 2, Ouachita. Lane 3, Harding. Lane 4, Oklahoma Baptist. Lane 5, Southern Arkansas. Lane 6, Southern Nazarene. Round of applause for one of the pole vault athletes straight across the way on the east side of the stadium. As the crowd is anxiously awaiting the start of the men's 4x1. This is the biggest crowd we've seen this weekend, obviously, for finals day on Saturday. GAC championship to run for in every event. And that's exactly what these athletes are running for. Not only are they running for the gold medal in their specific event, but they're trying to aid their team in the total points fight to allow their team to win the overall men's or women's Great American Conference Track and Field Championship. And the starter gun goes up. And the on your marks call is here. And everybody stands up in the stands as you're trying to get a good angle to see of the race. It's an exciting race for everybody. And the ready call is given. And here we go. And they're off. Southern Arkansas out strong. Oklahoma Baptist trying to make up the stagger. Here we go into the straightaway. First handoff. Successful handoffs. OBU's in the lead now coming in the straight. Here comes Southern Nazarene on the edge. It's neck and neck. They're all straight ahead. Southern Nazarene pulls away into the third leg. Clean handoff goes to OBU. OBU takes the lead out of the final turn. Here they come into the home stretch. OBU with the lead. Need a good handoff here to secure the win. There's the handoff. OBU's off. OBU's got a good lead. Southern Arkansas in second. Here comes Southern Nazarene pushing to the podium. It's going to be close for third between Harding and Southern Nazarene. We will see. Oklahoma Baptist, however, will take the win in the men's 4x1. Oklahoma Baptist with a time of 4.76. That will not be good for the conference meet record, but it will be good enough for the Great American Conference Championship and a gold medal in the men's 4x1. 40.76 again from OBU. Southern Arkansas 41.14. Harding 41.72. And Southern Nazarene 40.77. 41.77, excuse me. So that will complete the men's 4x1, an exciting race here. Oklahoma Baptist does sweep the 4x1, men's and women's, and that will allow us to move to the women's 1,500 meter. That will be the next race we see here shortly. Again, we are at the completion of the men's discus, and when those results become official, we will share those with you. And the men's long jump looks to be wrapping up proceedings as well. Exciting way to start off the races for both men's and women's in the final day. We are also going to give you a look over across the field into the pole vault while we are waiting for the women's 1,500 to take shape over on the opposite side. They'll start on the opposite side of the field. So congratulations to both men and women's 4x1 teams as we prepare for the women's 1,500 meter race, and I'll give you a better insight into the long jump and the pole vault here on the Bison Sports Network. to our coverage of the Great American Conference track meet here on the campus of Oklahoma Baptist University. My name is Zach Frazier. We are here in the great Saturday afternoon weather trying to enjoy some Great American Conference track action. The men's and women's 1500 are about to commence here in a minute. We will get you the start list for that 1500 right now. Women's 1500 start list today. There's 3 sections of the women's. The first section is Haley Whitneck from Southwestern, Madison Smith from Harding, Jessica Jennings from Ouachita, Allie Morton from Oklahoma Baptist, Amanda Rodriguez from Southeastern, Bailey Pritchett from Southeastern, and then a bunch of Lady Rangers, Josie Gibson, Jaden Kuhn, Jerica Kuhn, Jean Dodds, Mariah Thompson, all representing the Lady Rangers. Sarah Holman, Ellie Fantuzzo from Ouachita and Harding, respectively, and Cindy Delgado and Lofton Grace, your 15 competitors in the first section of the women's 1500. The meet record coming into today is Kelsey Taylor. That was 4:33, set back in 2016 by Kelsey Taylor of Harding. A 1:50 start time here, about 3 minutes or so. We'll get underway. Again, this is a seeded event, so we will be running in 3 sections. This is a 525 is the best seed in this section. So again, we will see 3 sections in this race, and a winner will be crowned off of that. So congratulations to the women's 4x1 who are on the podiums right now. And the men's long jump is currently in process of getting finished up right now as the women prepare for the shot put over at the north end of the stadium. And we are looking forward to the continuation of a lot of great track and field activities today. The pole vault is still going on the east side of the stadium. A lot of these field events, again, we struggle to cover because of the analog method of scoring. So it's all paper scored until it's reported officially to McDonald's Timing, which is then shared to us here in the booth. The competitors are on the starting line for the 1500, and we are about to be off. Here we go. Women's 1500. This will be 3 3/4 laps. That's where the 1500 comes from. And I would expect to see Haley Whitneck and Madison Smith from Southwestern Harding pull away here pretty quickly. Those are the 2 leaders in this event by about 5 seconds in this heat. So, section 1. And we are seeing Madison Smith and Allie and Jessica Jennings right there out in the lead first. Madison Smith setting the pace and Jennings right behind as we go around the first lap, 3 remaining. The start of the second lap here, the first full lap. So far in the Great American Conference. Now you're seeing a kick being made into third position down on the east side straightaway. Still plenty of time left in this race. You just want to stay within striking distance of the leader at this point. The second first turn And Haley still out in front. Now move being made by Jessica Jennings on the west side, right behind Madison Smith, her teammate. Madison Smith, Jessica Jennings battling for the spot. Ellie Fantuzzo is also right there in the mix as well. Two Bisons and a Tiger fighting it out for the lead right now. Jessica made her inside move, and now she has had sole proprietorship of the lead going into the last two laps. We have 1.5 laps left remaining. Ellie Fantuzzo, Madison Smith, and Madison Smith trying to gain on the leader. 1 lap remaining for the girls in front. Sarah Holman for Ouachita, Ellie Fantuzzo, and Madison Smith. Those are your three. The three in front right now. And Ellie is trying to make her separation here. Ellie Fantuzzo and Madison Smith trying to pull away. Sarah trying to stay right there with them. And that will be your winner for the women's. Fantuzzo is going to take first, 5:17.54. Holman in second, 5:22. Fantuzzo 5:17. Holman 5:22. Fantuzzo 5:17. Smith 5:22. Holman 5:23. So that is your podium for the women's 1,500 meter race. Fantuzzo, Smith from Harding, and Holman from Ouachita. Congratulations. Delgado takes 4, Whiteneck takes 5, and Rodriguez in 6. So we will prepare as the last couple competitors are finishing up for the second section of the women's 1,500, as the 4x1s are receiving their podium awards. And as the final competitors come down the straightaway here. The 4x1s just got their spot in the podium. Oklahoma Baptist takes the win for their first podium appearance of the day, on the top of at least. Southern Arkansas takes second, and Northwestern sits in third. Congratulations to those ladies of reaching the top of their conference in their craft. We are now preparing for the second flight of heat of the women's 1500. Again, these are seeded events. Courtney Williams, Logan Warren, Megan Rose, Lucy Ramirez, Sienna Collins, Eliza McGlasson, Caitlin Mertz, Hannah Bailey, Jaden Pavlik, Emily Payne, Emily Castellaw, Alyssa Dome, Rachel Wynn, Mallory Bowden. The 1 seed is Miss Courtney Williams. She will look to make her presence known for Southwestern in this event. As they round the first turn, coming in to the second straightaway today. Looks like Courtney Williams is in front for the time being, followed closely by Hannah Bailey. Hannah Bailey step in step with Courtney. Again, the women's 1500, the second heat of today. It's 3 3/4 laps. The second straightaway is starting to provide a little bit of clarity at the top of the pack. Now seeing Courtney Williams taking the pace setter role at the front of the pack, followed closely by a litany of runners that have the opportunity to make their kick when they see fit. Logan Warren is making her push now. Sienna Collins also in the front. We have seen a couple of changing. Position is changing so far. And Logan Warren is up in the second place position, now just overtook the first. And now with 1 lap remaining, it is Jaden Pavlik in the front position. And Jaden Pavlik setting the pace, trying to widen the gap, but here comes Jaden Pavlik does give up the lead in the last turn. Looks like Courtney Williams making her kick for Southwestern around the corner. And here comes down the home stretch. Courtney is on the home stretch. She's trying to dig. Pavlik will take second. Williams does take first, 5:08.60. Pavlik will take second, 5:11.60. Collins will take third, 5:13.91. Warren fourth, 5:14 and change. So that is your podium. Courtney Williams takes the win. Congratulations. She is the Great American Conference champion in the women's 1,500 meter, barring a faster time in the last heat. She wins section 2 of 3, and we will wait to see the last heat for the women's 1,500. I have to reiterate that is not a guarantee of the Great American Conference Championship there for Williams. She is still having to wait for the last heat. Still waiting for the final results from the men's discus and long jump. When we get those results, we will share those with you. Field events still left to shake themselves out today. Women's pole vault, men's pole vault, shot put, and women's shot put. All women's shot put taking place right now. We will give you some coverage of that here after some of the running events take a break. Section 3 of 3 for the women's 1,500. In terms of finish time, we will go from longest finish time to shortest, as the men's 4x1 has just been announced. The podium is as follows. In third place, Harding. Southern Arkansas takes second, and Oklahoma Baptist does sit atop the podium. In the 4x1, a clean sweep in the 4x1 for Oklahoma Baptist in the men's and women's side. Mako Smith, Jax Holland, Matthew Norman, and Shervante Knowles, the crew for Oklahoma Baptist that takes the win. Congratulations to those guys, all of which competed at a high level in the 4x1 this year. And now for the women's 1,500 final heat. Again, in order of slowest to fastest this year in terms of best seed times. Alexis Longoria from Southeastern, Brown and Buchanan from Southern Arkansas, Macy Brown from Southwestern, Madison Ham from East Central, Sabathia Taylor, Kayla Magruder from Oklahoma Baptist, Callie Beshore from Arkansas Tech, Katie Calger from East Central, Abigail Kimboy from East Central, Madeline Harper from Southern Nazarene, J.C. McGregor from Ouachita, and Emma Downing from Oklahoma Baptist. That is your crew for today's last women's 1,500 section race here as we go into the final race of the women's 1,500 of the day. Emma Downing, Kayla Magruder, and J.C. McGregor, your 1, 2, 3 spot right now. The women's 1,500 in a tight-knit group through the first. Downing and Magruder pacing themselves together at the front of the pack. And we are seeing Madeline Harper make her move on the outside. That was Sabathia Taylor that made her move on the outside there in the women's 1500 for Southern Nazarene. And now it looks like that is JC McGregor out in front, followed right there by Kayla Magruder. Emma Downing is working to make her move now into the front of the pack, followed by her teammate Kayla Magruder. JC McGregor still holding strong in the front. Inside of Emma Downing is Madeline Harper from Southern Nazarene. That's a tight-knit group at 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2:26 with 2 laps remaining. A strong pace set here at the beginning of this race. I would look to see the group start to stratify here in the last couple of laps. And here comes the group coming down the straightaway on the east side of the stadium. JC McGregor still out in front. Emma Downing and Madeline Harper right there next to her. And here comes Madeline Harper. Madeline making her move into the front. Emma Downing right there in second. JC McGregor slightly behind in third. Abigail Kimboy. Kimboy is in fourth. She is right there stride for stride with that group. Emma Downing in 1. Madeline Harper in 2, but here comes Abigail. Abigail now making a push to Emma down in the front. Crowd is loud here with 1 lap remaining. Emma Downing now starting her kick. Emma Downing's going to try to make her distance here. Abigail's not going to let her go. Abigail's trying to stay right on her heels. Encouragement from the coaching staff. Madeline Harper's trying to keep that spot in third. Jason McGregor's right there in fourth. .508.60 is the conference meet time. Emma Downing starting to kick now, but here comes Madeline. Madeline Harper trying to make the move on Abigail to get into second place. Jason McGregor now starting her kick outside. Emma Downing starting to widen the spread, but here comes JC. JC striding. Emma's striding too. Emma's going to widen the gap between her and Jason McGregor, who will finish second. Abigail Kimboy will take third, and Madeline Harper will take fourth. Emma Downing finishes 4:49.49. McGregor 4:51.51. 1 and 2. Kimboy takes third, 4:52 and change. Harper takes fourth, 4:53 and change. A good day for all of these ladies. A great day of racing. A frantic pace set there at the beginning, and they were all able to keep that pace through the last lap. Magruder takes fifth. Cowler takes sixth. And that will set the stage for the first men's 1500. Men's 1500, same style, 3 sections of the men's 1500, and the list is as follows. Elijah Cook, East Central. Daniel Delgado, Southern Arkansas. Elijah Woodward, East Central. Spencer Conrad, Oklahoma Baptist. Chip Fournier, Ouachita Baptist. Woods Zachary, Southern Nazarene. Isaiah Garzon, Southern Arkansas. David Gamas, Southern Nazarene. Brock Bivens, Ouachita Baptist. Jeremiah Manor, Ouachita Baptist. Southern Nazarenes Taylor Hawkins and Sam Vickers from Ouachita Baptist. The best time in this group is 4:21:15. That was by Elijah Cook at the 2022 OBU Invitational. So Elijah ran his best time this year in this event at this stadium. So you have to think he feels comfortable here in his running abilities as they are getting addressed by the official before the official start of the men's 1500 and the 3 sections of that race. Still a lot going on around the field today. Pole vault, women's pole vault still going on across the field. Women's shot put in progress on the north side of the field. Busy day and an exciting day if you're a Great American Conference track and field fan. We will again try to update you with the finals of the men's discus and long jump when they become official. They have not gone official yet today. Those events finished up about 30 to 45 minutes ago. And we're off on the men's 1500. In 3 sections of this race, we will see this group stratify itself throughout the race. Elijah Cook out to an early lead for East Central University, followed closely behind Spencer Conrad. Elijah Woodward trying to make his push next to his teammate to have ECU in the first and second position. Daniel Delgado not far behind, along with Chip Fournier from Ouachita Baptist. Isha Garzon also making an appearance, trying to run with his teammate early in the day as well. The 2 East Central Tigers trying to pull away from the pack, 1 and 2, Elijah Cook and Elijah Woodward. You can just say Elijah and one of them will be in first. Makes me look good. Southern Arkansas occupies the 3 and 4 spot. Daniel Delgado and Isha Garzon. And the field is starting to stratify itself here rather quickly in lap 2. The score of the top 8, regardless of what section you're in, the top 8 times overall will be set in stone. Elijah Cook still out in front. Daniel Delgado, the 1 and 2 times coming into this event, are setting the frantic pace at the top top 6 competitors, all right there, 1 through 6, all within 8 or 9 strides of each other. Elijah Woodward drops to 4th. Spencer Conrad from Oklahoma Baptist trying to make a move, who sits behind Elijah Cook, who has relinquished his lead to Daniel Delgado. Daniel Delgado in first, and Spencer Conrad is giving chase, trying to close that distance here with 1 lap remaining once they hit the timeline. Spencer Conrad has his kick still in the bag as he takes first position going into the final lap. Daniel Delgado and Spencer Conrad now stratifying themselves from the pack. Spencer Conrad trying to pull away. Daniel Delgado is not letting him, though, about 2 paces behind going into the east side straightaway. Big gap now between first and second and third. Elijah Cook still holding firm in third, although Alicia Garzon is trying to do something about that. Spencer Conrad into his big kick here in the final turn. The final bend. And he's getting coached there, and he is widening the gap into the home stretch. Spencer Conrad trying to ensure his spot in the top 8 with a fabulous finish down here down the home stretch. Daniel Delgado will take second by a comfortable margin, but the story here is Spencer Conrad, who will take the first place in this heat, and then obviously we'll wait to see. His time will be 4:13.63 unofficial, 64 official. Conrad 4:17.96 for Delgado, 4:13 and change for Conrad. Your podium for this race: Conrad 1, Delgado 2, Garzon 3 with 4:23 and change. Congratulations to those 3 for taking the 1, 2, and 3 spot in the first section of 3 for the men's 1500. The second section will consist of the following names: Christian Iskrit, Chris Larson, Asher Hamlin, Josh Tibbs, Logan Rickey, Parker Ablis, Samuel Fantoni, Tyler Herod, Jorge Sanchez, Christian Renevar, AJ Gustin, and William Ramirez. Those are your athletes for the second section of the men's 1500. We will go and check for updated scores from any results that have gone final today. Again, we are still waiting on the men's discus and men's long jump to go official today. We are getting a view of the field here at Oklahoma Baptist University. A good crowd here for Championship Saturday for the Great American Conference and their exhibit of great track and field talent. And the second section of Heat 2 is now off for the men's 1500. Again, the best time in this event coming into today is a tie between Christian Iskrit from Southern Nazarene and Chris Larson from East Central. Going to be tight at the top. 3 competitors split by less than a second. 3 Bison out in front right now. That's Parker Ablis, Samuel Fantoni, and Christian Renevar. Followed then by 3 Southern Arkansas mule riders: Asher Hamlin, Logan Rickey, and Jorge Sanchez. Down the east straightaway, the Oklahoma Baptist trio at the front trying to strengthen its stronghold on the podium in this section of the race. Christian Renevar from Oklahoma Baptist took third in this event a year ago. Christian Renevar in 1, Parker Abels in 2, and Samuel Fantoni in 3. Southern Arkansas occupies 4, 5, and 6. Asher Hamlin, Logan Rickey, and Jorge Sanchez. The GAC meet record in this event is 3:55. That was set by Baylor Harvey and Roger State in 2017. That record won't be in danger today until we see Amos Picari from East Central. He and his teammate Zachary Wells will give that a go today to break that record. And Christian Renevar is separating himself from the pack. OBU still maintains the top 3 spots in this race, but Christian Renevar obviously trying to put his name back on the podium for back-to-back years. Southern Arkansas in the 4th and 5th spot, followed by Southern Nazarene East Central. Christian Renevar trying to push his lead. Going into the final straight, he's now got half the straightaway on second place runner. Christian Renevar out by himself, not allowing the lack of competition in this heat to spur his speed any slower. And here he comes down the final bend. This is it for Christian Renevar. He's got 20 seconds to beat sub 4. And he is going to dig to go get it. And that's exactly what his coach is telling him there. Christian down the home stretch, he's by himself. As he gets a round of applause from the Bison faithful and just the fans as a whole, as he has put together a fantastic race there. Just missing the 4-minute threshold, 4:57 total for Renevar, who take 1. In his heat, Abels takes 2 at 4:08.51. And 4:09.52 for Fantoni. That is your top 3 finishers in this race. Congratulations to those guys. It's exciting times there. That is Christian Renevar's best time in this year by about 18 seconds. So that was a great race for Christian. That will set the stage for the 3rd and final group for the men's 1500. As that race starts, I'll give you the names: Ethan Cayley, Jack Reed, Hector Hernandez, Dylan Mayberry, Jackson Parrish, Billy Schwecker, Noah Eskew, Carson Cardokis, Thibault Willis, Maximilian Wheeler, Zachary Wells, and Amos Picach. The top 3, both sub 4 in their best times this year. That's what this will take to win this event this year, thanks to Christian Renevar. Sub 4 is necessary to get out in front, and that's exactly what Amos Picach is trying to do. He's flanked by Noah Eskew. Noah Eskew pushing, and Carson Cardokis right there behind Amos Pekach. Amos holding firm on his pace. SU and Kardokis right there behind him. Stride and stride, 1, 2, and 3. Amos Pekach in first with 2 laps remaining, and he is going to try to push Noah Eskew and Carson Kardokis with their pace here with the last 2 laps to complete. Eskew fading. Pekach is pulling away. Maximilian Wheeler is trying to make his appearance in the podium known, passing his teammates, Carson and Noah. Also seeing Zachary Wells make his push here, currently sitting in 5th, but you'll see him make his push around to try to catch his teammate, Amos Pekach. Amos and Maximilian, 1 and 2. 1 lap remaining. Maximilian's got to make his move if he wants to get on the top of the podium. And he is. Here's his move on the outside. Trying to take the lead with a lap remaining. Here he comes. Maximilian passes Amos. Pekach is now behind. Maximilian trying to stride. He's got to straighten a turn in the home stretch left. He's trying to stretch. Amos is not letting him. Maximilian in front. Wheeler in front. Pekach right behind him. Here comes Pekach. Pekach about to make his move on the outside. Wheeler's going to have to go. Here comes Pekach. Outside move. Home stretch left. Just a matter of who wants more. Here comes Pekach. Amos may have more in the tank, and I think he knows it. Amos celebrating a little bit as he knows he's going to break the GAC record. Is he? He was close. He's close. I don't know if he's going to get it. He's not. 3:56.18. He won't get the GAC record. However, he will get the overall win. Wells will go second. Wheeler takes third. Christian Renevar will end up taking fourth with his 4 even performance. There was 3 performers in that last event that went sub 4. Amos Pekach takes the first place crown for the Great American Conference men's 1500 meter. His teammate Zachary Wells will take second with a big push there at the end. Maximilian Wheeler will take third, and Christian Renevar will take fourth. Those will be your official podium finish for the men's 1500. And now we will switch over to the women's 100-meter hurdles. That's expected to start here in about 5 minutes as the ladies are taking their warm-ups. Results for the men long jump and discus are in. We will start with the discus. The Great American Conference champion for the men's districts will be Jacameron Zachary from Southern Arkansas. He threw a mark of 49.27. Second, Alexander Chauvinik from Oklahoma Baptist, 48.35. And third, Darius Trimble from Southern Arkansas, 45.38. Congratulations to those 3 for their placement on the podium in the Great American Conference discus event. Men's long jump results are as follows. Tad Kirby wins the men's long jump for the Great American Conference champion this year with a mark of 7.11. Isaiah Willis finishes second, 7.07. Darius Patterson takes third at 7.07. And Derek Onyader takes fourth. So again, Tag Kirby wins the Great American Conference Championship for the long jump. Women's pole vault has concluded as well. When those results become final, we will relay them to you, and we will also continue to inform you of the shot put proceedings on the north end of the stadium as well. For the final in the women's 100-meter hurdle, in the finals, we have Kalia Thompson in lane 1 from Southern Arkansas. Her time yesterday is 15:41. In lane 2, Rosalind Manor. Lane 3, Isabella Lotz from from Oklahoma Baptist. Manor is from Southern Arkansas. Mary McKee in lane 4 from Oklahoma Baptist. Devlin Rivera from Southern Arkansas. Taylor Brown from Oklahoma Baptist. Megan Wortman from Southern Nazarene. And Camden Moody from Oklahoma Baptist. Taylor Brown won the event last year. She again runs in lane 6. Megan Wortman, 5th here a year ago, in lane 7. The record in this event was set in 2019 by Leah Moulter. She ran a 13:86. The women's 100 meter is moments away from starting. The men's 1500 top 4 are trading stories over bent knees. They're obviously tired, as they deserve to be, and I think Maximilian and Omas might be talking about that last turn where Maximilian made his move into first, and Omas Kararch kicked his last kick and ended up overtaking on the final stretch and pulled away by a comfortable margin. And a very exciting race finish there between those 4 gentlemen. The women's 100-meter hurdles yesterday, Mary McKee had the best time of 4:16. Second place was Devlin Rivera, excuse me. She and Isabella Lotz ran 14:46 and 14:69 respectively. And we're off. Here we go. Looks like McKee out in front. McKee looking to finish strong. McKee out in front. Oklahoma Baptist flanks second and third. McKee with a strong finish will win here again. Mary McKee will take the 100-meter hurdles by a comfortable margin. Mary McKee, 14:14 is her time today, improving on her time yesterday of 14:16. So that will be a Mary McKee first place finish for Oklahoma Baptist in the 100-meter hurdle. Again, McKee 14:14, Taylor Brown 14:44 second, Isabella Lotz 14:67. 1, 2, 3, a podium sweep for Oklahoma Baptist in the 100-meter hurdle. And now the men's 100-meter hurdle will get a chance to the prelim results. The men's prelims yesterday, 110-meter hurdles. Dakari Bush had the best time of 14:53. Two Harding Bisons actually had the top two times. Both belonged to Bush. Dakari Bush at the top, 14:53, as I mentioned. Savian Bush, the second best time on the Harding Bison, 14:67. Aaron Anderson had the third best time at 14:75, and Maurice McMillan had the fourth best time at 15:05. So that are your best times, your lane assignments today for the men's 110-meter hurdle. Cole Rappaport will run in lane 1 for Southern Arkansas. Maurice McMillan, lane 2. Aaron Anderson in lane 3. Both Bison in lane 2 and 3. Dakari and Savian Bush will run in lanes 4 and 5. Jensen Smith will run in lane 6. Brandon Sophie will run in lane 7. And Connor Westoven will run in lane 8. Those are your lane assignments for the finals of the men's 110-meter hurdle. Brandon Crowley currently owns the Great American Conference record in this event. He set that back in 2019. That time is 14:22. Time is not out of the question today with a 14:53 best time from Dakari yesterday. So that is a reachable 14:22 with a good run today. As we see the guys continuing to warm up, the men's pole vault warm-up is underway. And the women's shot put final is underway. And we will bring you those numbers as they come in officially. At the conclusion of the men's 110-meter hurdle, we'll see the women's 400-meter, and then the men's 400-meter, women's and men's 100-meter, and then the 800. Those will be the next on the docket today. In terms of field events, we have the men's and women's pole vault results still to come, and the men's and women's shot put results still to come. The women's pole vault podium soon to be announced here when those results do become official. The women's 1500 podium being announced now. The men's 110-meter Warm-up is now complete, and the men are setting their blocks down. The men's 110 meter is anxiously awaiting the start of the 110 meter hurdle. The men's pole vault group is working their warm-up next door. And we will also bring you the final of the results for the field events, as I mentioned, as they come in. Women's pole vault has gone final, as I mentioned. Sierra White from Harding, the freshman, takes her first Great American Conference Championship. Congratulations to Sierra White. She takes a new conference record 402 meter jump for her. Congratulations to the young Bisons. Jordan Morse, another freshman, finishes second for Harding. Would have had a conference record as well. She finishes second with a mark of 3.62, joined by her teammate Sarah Gautreau, a sophomore from Harding, had herself another time of 3.62 as well. The rest of the group going down off the podium is Emily Julian, Alexis Chow, Raylan Gibbs, Katie Carter, Lindsay Parker, Peyton Hufford, Trinity Jackson, McKenna Coper, Abigail Prentice, Gracie Means, and Taylor Graham. Those are your finals, from the women's pole vault. Again, Sierra White wins the Great American Conference Championship for the women's pole vault. Congratulations, Sierra. And now we are getting on the blocks for the men's 110 hurdle. Again, lane assignments: Rappaport, McMullen, Anderson, Bush, Smith, Sophie, Westoven. Those are your lane assignments for the 110 meter hurdle. And they're off. The gun is off. Bush out in front early. Bush trying to contend his lead. Bush and Bush, 1 and 2. Right there, McMullen right there behind him. Aaron Anderson will take third. Bush, Anderson. That will be the order for Harding. Congratulations to Dakari Bush, who will take 1. And Savian Bush will take second. 14:64 will be the time. Aaron Anderson, 14:82, will take third. Congratulations to Dakari Bush for his GAC championship in the men's 110 meter hurdle. We will be back here shortly for the women's 400 meter dash here on the Bison Sports Network. Welcome to the coverage here of the Great American Conference track meet at Oklahoma Baptist University. The GAC championship track meet taking place in Shawnee this weekend. We are moments away from the start of the women's 400 meter. The lane assignments are as follows: Cameron Hooks in lane 1, Kinga Sharshinska in lane 2, Addison Brooks in lane 3, and Noelle Clarema in lane 4, Taylor James in lane 5, Trinity Booker in 6, Tezanane Brooks in lane 7, and Alyssa Cooey in lane 8. The times yesterday for the prelims: Clarema had the best time at 56:47. Or excuse me, had the best time, and then James had the second best time at 57:34. Brooks was third at 57:81, and Booker was fourth at 58:1. That'll set the table for our start today, and we will await for the warm-ups to be taken, and then we will be ready. Welcoming you back to the Great American Conference track meet here in Shawnee, Oklahoma, for the final day of what has been a fantastic 3-day set of Great American Conference track and field action. We are prepping for the 400 meter dash here for the women. On the lane assignments, as I said, is Hooks, Sharshinska, Brooks, Clarema, James, Booker, Brooks, and Coy. Addison Brooks, Taylor James, and Tajane Brooks, all a member of the 4x4 national qualifying team. For Oklahoma Baptist, Kinga Sharshinska is the previous year's winner at this event, and Noelle Clarema had the best time yesterday. Should make for an exciting race today as we are watching the girls get on their blocks. Hooks in 1, Sharzinska in 2, Brooks, Clarema, James, Booker, Brooks, and Cooey. So your assignments for today. The runners are set and they're off. Here we go. Clarema trying to close the stagger early. On the inside lane, Clarema's doing it. She runs past Taylor James on the inside. Clarema closing the stagger on the straightaway. Here she comes. Followed by the inside. Clarema out there. Tajane Brooks still out in front with the stagger about to hurt her here in the back half. Here comes Ann Noel. Ann Noel on the inside. She's by herself. Here comes Addison Brooks on the inside for Oklahoma Baptist, though, in the straight. Ann Noel, Brooks and James making their push. Ann Noel in the straightaway. Ann Noel, Taylor James is making her push on the outside. Taylor James step for step with Ann Noel. It's going to be close to the finish. Noel pushing at the end. Taylor James fading just a little bit. Ann Noel, Clarema will take the win for Harding. Taylor James will finish second. 56.43 will be the number for Clarema. James 56.70. Booker 57.06. That will be your podium for the women's 400 meter this year. Congratulations to Ann Noel Clarema for Harding and her Great American Conference Championship win there for the 400 meter women's race. That was a fabulous race. You saw Taylor James kick there at the end down the straightaway and just kind of ran out of gas in the last about 5 meters, and Ann Noel was able to kick in the last 5 meters and take the win. Congratulations to those ladies in the podium. Again, that is Ann Noel Clarema in first, Taylor James in second, and Brooks in third. And that will bring us to the men's 400. And that will be the following. In lane 1, Jax Holland. In lane 2, Marcus Peterson. In lane 3, Fayo Guy. 4, Savon Milton. 5, Shervante Knowles. Dakari Bush, who just won the men's 110 meter hurdle. Scott Lynch from Southern Nazarene in 7, and Houghton Fouts in lane 8. In the 400 meter yesterday, the qualifying times were as follows. The women's pole vault results have changed since I announced them earlier today. We will refresh our browser and see if it comes official corrected. Okay, the pole vaults standings are corrected. And the results are as follows. So again, I misspoke earlier today when the results became final because the results were not correct. So we will correct those results here now. Sierra White still takes the win with her new GAC meet record. Or excuse me, not the GAC meet record. She had the GAC meet record last year in 2021. So she still has the GAC record, but today she won with a 3.90 mark. Katie Carter from Oklahoma Baptist does finish second with 3.80, and Emily Julian from Oklahoma Baptist finished third with 3.60. Sarah Gautreau takes fourth. Raylan Gibbs takes 5. Kendall Stuve, Peyton Hufford, Lindsey Parker, Abigail Prentice, Taylor Graham. Those are the official results now that they have been corrected. So I apologize for that bit of misinformation earlier. Yesterday, in terms of qualifying times, the 400-meter times were as follows. Savon Milton had the best time yesterday at 48.46. Dakari Bush, who's already added the GAC championship to his name earlier today had a 48-48 for Harding. Shervonte Knowles had the third best time at 49.04. Marcus Peterson 49.06. Jax Holland is fifth with that 49.22 he ran, and Faiu Gay had the best time in his heat yesterday at 49.34. So we look forward again. The lane assignments: Holland will be in lane 1, Peterson in lane 2, Gay in lane 3, Milton in lane 4, Knowles in 5. Bush will be in lane 6, Lynch in 7, and Hafton Fouts will be in lane 8 on the outside. We are moments away from that start. We'll let these athletes take their warm-ups, and we will be back for the start of this race. Welcome back to our coverage here of the Great American Conference Track and Field Championship track meet here in Shawnee, Oklahoma, on the campus of Oklahoma Baptist University. A beautiful Saturday, 3:08 this afternoon. We are currently awaiting the start of the 400-meter race for the men's. The women's just finished up their 400-meter race, and Savon Milton is the favorite if you go off the results of the prelims yesterday. But there is All-Americans stacked across this track today from lane 1 and Jax Holland over to lane 8 in Hafton Fouts. So you have plenty of Dakari Bush, who's in lane 6, who is defending his high hurdles crown earlier today and finishes first in the 110-meter hurdle, and now gets an opportunity to avenge his 4th place finish that he had here a year ago. Hafton Foots, as I mentioned, in lane 8. The lane assignments from 8 to 1, or I'll go 1 to 8, it might be easier to understand. Jax Holland, Marcus Peterson, Failu Gay, Savon Milton, Shervonte Knowles, Dakari Bush, Scott Lynch, and Hafton Fouts. That is the assignments. We are here about to watch the 4x4 will be the nightcap of the races today. But for now, we get to watch the 400-meter race outright. Again, shot put going in the north end of the stadium. On the east side, you'll see the men's pole vault, the women's pole vault finished up moments ago. We got those results. Once we had them corrected, they came originally across wrong, and we were able to correct them as we see the warm-up for the pole vault still going strong for the men. The shot put again for the women is just finished up, we believe, and the men warm-up is commencing right now. So the 400-meter dash is now on their marks as we look to an exciting race and even exciting finish here in the 400-meter dash. The runners have been instructed on their marks, and now we are just awaiting the starter's gun to go off to send us on our way. Again, Holland, Peterson, Gay, Milton, Knowles, Bush, Lynch, Fouts. Here we go. Off strong. Fouts off strong on the inside. Dakari Bush trying to kill the stagger to begin with. Here comes Cervante. Cervante Knowles making a push on the inside straight. Here comes Cervante, who started off strong. Milton on the inside. Here comes Gay on the inside track, though. Lane 3, watch him. Second best time yesterday. Afton Faust not trying to give up his lead. Neither is Scott Lynch, who's right on his tails. Here comes Cervante. Cervante on the inside. Savon Milton making a run there on lane 4. Cervante in the lead coming around to the final stretch. Milton and Gay right there with him. Gay on the inside track. It's going to be a close finish. Cervante's in first. Gay's making his kick. Here come down the straight. Cervante's got to push. Gay's right behind him. Gay's making his kick at the end. Cervante Knowles is not going to give up his lead, though. Cervante Knowles will take first place around that 47.3 mark with the official time to come across. Cervante Knowles takes first. 47.35 will be Knowles' time. And that will take down the meet record as well. Bush 47.68, Gay 47.68 as well. So that's the order, 1, 2, 3. Cervante Knowles takes down the meet record, previously held by Quentin Powell, Rogers State, set in 2019. With a 47.66 for Bush and 47.68 for Gay, who will take third. Again, Cervante Knowles wins the men's 400 meter with a new meet record. 47.35 is his time, followed immediately by Dakari Bush, who takes second, and Philou Gay finishes third for Harding. That is the men's 400 meter, and now we will shift our attention to the women's 100 meter dash that will take place immediately upon the resetting of the blocks. Again, if you look down to the north side of the field, we have our shot put festivities going on over there, and right now we are hearing the results of the 100 meter hurdle for the women. Rosalind Manor took fifth in that event. Devlin Rivera, fourth for Southern Arkansas. Isabella Lotz, the first lady on the podium for Oklahoma Baptist, who had a clean sweep of the podium in this event. From OBU, Taylor Brown finished second in this event. And your 2022 Great American Conference champion and gold medalist in the women's 100 meter hurdle is Mary McKee from Oklahoma Baptist University. Congratulations to all those women who ran an extremely hard race, and that's always exciting to be able to claim your spot on the podium when you've established yourself as one of the best in your conference at your craft. So congratulations to all those women you saw there on the podium. Like I said, we will now move into the women's 100 meter, followed by the men's 100 meter. That'll be our next The lane assignments for the women's 100-meter dash in the 2022 Great American Conference Track and Field Championships as follows. Taylor Brown, she's in lane 1. Jasmine Peoples in lane 2. Mary McKee in lane 3. Donna Chapman in lane 4. Brianna Brantley in lane 5. Samoria Walker in lane 6. Carissa Burns in lane 7. Tavonia Lacey in lane 8. The results from yesterday's preliminaries when they load on my computer was Donna Chapman ran the best time at 12:21. Brianna Brantley was right there behind her at 12:24. Mary McKee at 12:30, and Samoria Walker. Those are your 3 women that were in the 12:3s and a couple in the 12:2s in today's competition. As we have the girls take their blocks, we are set for an exciting 100-meter race here. As I mentioned, lane assignments from 1 to 8, Brown, Peoples, McKee, Chapman, Brantley, Walker, Burns, Lacey. The GAC record was set by Adriana Morgan in 2017, the Rogers State alum. She ran an 11:78. So that is the time to beat here for the ladies. And we're off. Here we go, McKee out in front. McKee and Brantley right there. McKee and Brantley breakingly making a push at the end. It's going to be a photo finish. McKee or Brantley, we'll wait to see. 11:91 is the time. Brantley does take it for Northwestern. McKee will take second. Brantley 1:91 and McKee 1:94. Burns will take 3 at 12:02. So Brianna Brantley wins the Great American Conference Championship for the women's 100-meter start. Congratulations to Brianna. And second place will be Mary McKee for Oklahoma Baptist. So that, Brantley, McKee, and Burns, 1, 2, 3 for this year's women's 100-meter dash. And Brantley is getting some well-deserved encouragement and congratulations from her teammates there on the 40-yard line. Now, that sets the stage for the men's 100-meter dash. The best time yesterday was Mako Smith at 10:76, Trevon Johnson 10:80, Tad Kirby 10:86, Kershawn Watson 10:86, and Christian Mosley all ran 10:86. The women's shot put is now complete. We will tell you when those results become final. Men's pole vault in the process of being competed for right now. Lane assignments for today's 100-meter dash are as follows. Tad Kirby for Harding. He'll be in lane 1. Kerryon Monroe for Southern Arkansas will be in lane 2. His teammate Christian Mosley in lane 3. Mako Smith in lane 4. Kershawn Watson in lane 5. Trevon Johnson, the Southern Arkansas mule rider, in lane 6. LaDainian Hendricks in lane 7. And Matthew Norman in lane 8. 4 mule riders make their appearance in the finals here for the 100 meters. The GAC meet record is 10:37. That was set by Blake Barlett, an Oklahoma Baptist alum in 2016. That is the mark. That is a gettable mark for a couple of the guys in the field today with a good race. (10:37), the GAC mark well behind the college all-time record that was set by Christian Coleman of Tennessee at 9.3 or 9.82. So a lot of fast guys here today, but Christian Coleman is, as far as collegiate speed goes, the fastest 100-meter racer to ever do it in a college uniform. Stands still full here in Craig Family Stadium at the Hurd Athletic Complex. Exciting day of racing for fans of all teams. As we look forward to one of the more exciting events, the 100-meter race. The women's race did not disappoint with Mary McKee and Brantley. Brianna Brantley right there neck and neck, and Brianna Brantley again won that race by 0.05 second split. So again, Tad Kirby, Kerryon Monroe, Christian Mosley, Mako Smith, Krishawn Watson, Trevon Johnson, LaDainian Hendricks, and Matthew Norman. Two Bisons plural, two Bison singular, Harding and Oklahoma Baptist, and then 4 mule riders, the makeup of the field today. And they're all racing for the opportunity to call themselves the Great American Conference 100-meter champion. Take home a gold medal to their dorm rooms and bring 10 points to the total of the men's and women's Great American Conference overall standings. We'll do a check-in on those standings as we speak. The standings right now for the men, Oklahoma Baptist up to 185 total points. Harding sits in second with 145, Southern Ark third with 116. East Central 34, Ouachita 13, Southern Nazarene 7. The story coming into today for the female was the monumental lead that Harding had. That lead has now been taken over. As I mentioned, that was not a comfortable margin for Harding, and Harding has continued to show dominance today. But Oklahoma Baptist has had a lot of podium appearances, especially in the track events so far today. Oklahoma Baptist now holds a 1-point lead over Harding, a 182 to 181. Southern Arkansas 89 and Northwestern 36. Going down the rest of the list, Arkansas Tech 34, Southern Nazarene 27, Ouachita 14, Southeastern 10, East Central 9, and Southwestern 2. So a close 2-horse race in Oklahoma Baptist and Harding left today for those two programs. There's a lot of opportunity for both of those teams to still stake claim to an overall Great American Conference championship for their female teams. The men, Oklahoma Baptist and Harding, still predominantly a 2-horse race, but you cannot count Southern Arkansas out. As I mentioned, Oklahoma Baptist closed a 40-point gap coming into today before the day is halfway through. Exciting day still left ahead of us for plenty of Great American Conference action, as we're about to see the 100-meter dash for the men. Mako Smith just got a hometown ovation from friends and family here. And as we are awaiting the much anticipated men's 100-meter dash. Again, Krishawn Watson in lane 5, Trevon Johnson in lane 6, LaDainian Hendricks in lane 7, Matthew Norman in lane 8. Lanes 1 through 4 are occupied by Tad Kirby, Kerryon Monroe, Christian Mosley, and Mako Smith. Mako Smith won in terms of times in the prelims. He had the number 1 seed coming into today. You may hear him on the PA system addressed as MJ. That's his preferred name if you shake his hand and get a chance to talk to him. But regardless, it's an exciting race here for the men. There's not a clear-cut favorite. It's any man's race here, that the preliminary times are only separated by .04, with the same wind help for Johnson and Smith. So here we go. On their marks, they've been given the call. You're good, brother. And now we are awaiting the start of the men's 100-meter. The ready call is now given. And here we go. Hendricks out in front to start. Norman trying to chase him. Mako Smith out in front. Mako Smith's going to win without a finish. Mako Smith will take the cake of the 100-meter dash, and he will be the Great American Conference 100-meter champion. And he is excited, as he should be. Congratulations to Mako Smith, who will take first in the Great American Conference 100-meter championship. Again, the podium is as follows: 10.49, MJ Smith. Johnson takes second at 10.58. Hendricks at 10.63. A good race there, an exciting race. And MJ Smith will beat his personal best coming into today, as he gets flanked by his teammates there. His college best in the hurdle is 10.56 coming into today. 10.56 was his best mark, and he did set a new personal best today, is 10.49. So congratulations to Mako Smith, your Great American Conference champion in the 100-meter. And that will set the table now for the women's 800. As I mentioned, we will continue to check in on the field events that are happening across the day. We're still seeing the men's pole vault contested for across on the east side of the facility. And we are currently in the midst of the final of the men's shot put, it looks like. Women's shot put is complete. And we will continue to document our coverage of the Great American Conference track meet here, and we will be back here shortly for the women's 800 meet. back to our coverage here at Oklahoma Baptist University of the women's 800 meter in the Great American Conference Championship track meet here today in Shawnee, Oklahoma. Women's 800 about to take place here. The lane assignments are as follows: Emma Downing in 1, Taylor James in 2, Jason McGregor in 3, Karina Marvellis in 4, Kinga Sarzinska in lane 5, Celia Stramood in 6, Kaylin King in 7, Felicity West in 8. The GAC meet record coming into today is set by Kinga Sarzinska from Harding in 2018, and that is 3 seconds off the top time yesterday. Yesterday, the top times were Emma Downing had a 2:16. That is 3 seconds off the record of Kinga Sarzinska. And Taylor James was right there behind her at 2:16.94. Jason McGregor a second behind, 2:17.61. Karina Marvellis was 2:20.48, and Kinga Sarzinska was 2:21.73. Miss Kinga Sarzinska is wearing currently the number 17th ranked 800 meter runner in the nation. She stands to improve that ranking today. Kaylin King sends in lane 7 over the intercom. They just announced that, and Felicity West out in lane 8. Felicity ran her time of 2:23.02 yesterday, and they are seeded from 1 to 8 in terms of their total finish time. Again, I'm continuously reminding our viewers today that we are waiting on the results of a lot of the field events. That's why you're not seeing a ton of coverage, because they are constantly stopping and going off center of where our cameras are situated here at the top of the tower in the press box. So we will update you as they finish and get relayed to McDonald Time Keeping Service, who is the official timekeeper today. And so we will continuously relay that information to you as it becomes official. And we are on the marks here. Again, Downing, James, McGregor, Marvellis, Sarzinska, Stramford, King, and West. That is the starting group today, as Cecilia Stramrud and Kinga Sarzinska are starting off on the front. Emma Downing trying to set the pace out in front for the Bison. She ran the best prelim time yesterday. Taylor James working into the back of the pack. Jason McGregor squeezed in there behind Sarzinska and Karina Marvellis. As the two Arkansas Tech racers, Karina Marvellis and Felicity West, flanking Emma Downing on the outside. Again, Jason McGregor right behind Taylor James, Kinga Sarzinska, and Kaylin King in the back half of the group. Emma Downing allows the inside move from Karina Marvellis as the pack starts to thin a little bit. Kinga Sarzinska kicking into the third place position right now behind Emma Downing and JC McGregor. JC out in front from the representative of Ouachita Baptist. And Emma Downing now making her move on the outside. Coming down to the home stretch, here comes Kinga. Kinga's kicking hard. Kinga and Downing going. Kinga's pushing, Downing's not gonna let her. Stride for stride into the home stretch. It's gonna be a tight finish. Emma Downing not letting Kinga go. Kinga trying to push. It is going to be a photo finish. I think it may have been Kinga to get it at the very end. We will see when the official time comes out. It was Kinga Sarzinska. She will retain at 2:18 and change. Right behind her, not but milliseconds after, was Emma Downing. So Emma Downing will take second. Sarzinska will take first at 2:18.41 for Sarzinska, 2:18.42 for Emma Downing. A .01 differential between first and second place. A fantastic race from both competitors. Again, Sarzinska, Downing, and Marvellis. That is 1, 2, 3. McGregor takes 4. King finishes 5th. Stram-Rude in 6th. Taylor James in 7th. So that is the seeding for today. 2:18, the final for Kinga Sarzinska. That's 5 seconds off of her 2018 previous GAC mark. So now that will set the stage for the men 800 meter. And that promises to be every bit as exciting as the race we just saw. Men's 800 meter, the field is as follows. Zachary Wells ran the best qualifying time yesterday from East Central. He ran a 1:54.28. Christian Renevar ran the second best time for Oklahoma Baptist. He ran 1:55.36. Jackson Parrish from East Central, 1:56.90. Ethan Cayley from Ouachita, 1:57.07. Thibault Willis from Harding, 1:57.10. Tay Campney, 1:57.24. Carson Kardokis from Oklahoma Baptist, 1:57.24. Blake Rayner, 1:57.58. Those are the participants for the men 800 meter dash, which again will take place here shortly. The fellows are warming up down at the north side of the stadium here on the track as the women walk back trying to breathe there on the inside infield. Shot put finals still in motion right over there on the north hand side of the stadium. As the pole vault finals are in the middle of their proceedings as well. A beautiful day out here in Shawnee, Oklahoma for the final of 3 days in the Great American Conference Tournament, or track meet rather, for the track and field championships for all of these schools represented today. Reason I say tournament is because the men's baseball GAC championship tournament is going on right now, as well as the women's softball championship tournament. An update on those games. Baseball's first game today went final in the Conference Championship weekend. On the men's side of the baseball tournament, the first game in the Great American Conference, Ouachita barely outlasts Southeastern 8-7. That's the first game in that. The game one for the softball championships, Southern Nazarene edges out Oklahoma Baptist 1-0 in the first game of that championship. Again, the lane assignments for today's 800 in the men's: Zachary Wells, Christian Renevar, Jackson Parrish, Ethan Cayley, Thibault Willis, Tay Campney, Carson Kardokis, and Blake Rayner. Jackson Parrish, who's in lane 3, if he gets the opportunity to match his season best, he will have a new GAC meet record today, 151 and change. Ethan Cayley in lane 4. In lane 5, the last year's winner. He's run 150.96. Thibault Wales, who's also the record holder in this event for the Great American Conference. Tiag Campney, his teammate, right next to him. Tay Campney in lane 6. Carson Kardokis in lane 7, as I mentioned, and Blake Rayner in Oklahoma Baptist in lane 7. And we are moments away from the start of the men's 800. Wells, Renevar, Parrish, Cayley, Willis, Campney, Kardokis, and Rayner. Those are your lane assignments 1 to 8. In order, 2 laps around the track today for these competitors. On their marks, and here we go. Rayner out in lane 8, trying to take advantage of that stagger and close the gap into the lead after the first turn. Jackson Parrish out early for East Central. He's out in front. His teammate Zachary Wells, who had the best time yesterday in the prelims, sitting there in second. Christian Renevar right next to him. Two Tigers in front. Wells and Parrish. Followed directly behind by Thibault Wales. A Renevar right there next to Tiag Campney. Jackson Parrish right there next to his teammate Zachary Wells. There's a lap remaining. Frantic pace set here by the leaders. Two Tigers in the lead. One's fading. And here comes the moves. Thibault Wales making his move now too. Wales and a Renevar making their moves. Here we go. Wales setting the frantic pace here, coming around to the final bend in the home stretch. A Renevar's trying to catch him. A Renevar's kicking in, trying to finish in third, may not get to second. But here comes Wales. Wales is not letting anybody close. Here comes the home stretch. Wales into a borderline full sprint now, coming down the home stretch. He doesn't just want the win, he wants his own record. Here we go. Wales down to the finish line. He won't get his record, but what he will get is a gold medal in the Great American Conference 800 meter. Congratulations to Wales, who takes 1, Parrish in 2, Wells in 3. He will defend his title and get himself back-to-back 800 Great American Conference Championships for Thibault Wales. Again, the goes as follows: Thibault Wales 155.04. He takes the win in the event today. Wales at 1. Parrish 155.042. Wells 155.733. That will be your podium for the men's 800 meter. Congratulations to those guys on that accomplishment. Women's shot put has now become official. The finals results are as follows. Going from 8, the top 8 finishers: Jessica Davis from Harding goes 11.40. Samantha Wallace from Southeastern goes 11.73. Keontae Brown goes 11.99. Ariana Wilson from Southern Arkansas 12.15. Anna K. Clark from Harding goes 12.33. Tessa Tegrutenhess goes 12.44. Cooper Mon goes 12.70 and finishes second to her teammate and Great American Conference champion in the shot put, Kara Mason. Congratulations to the Harding Bisons. They get a clean sweep of the podium and occupy 5 of the top 8 spots in the shot put this year. Kara Mason not able to improve on her previous GAC record of 13.97. However, she absolutely does make her presence felt along with the rest of the Harding Bisons, making a clean sweep of the top 4 spots in the women's shot put. So congratulations to the Harding Bisons. That leaves 2 field events left to get results on, one of which is still being competed in right now, and that is the men's pole vault. And it looks like we are still in the midst of the finals of the men's shot put. So again, once we get final results on both of those events, we will share those with you. But in the meantime, we will focus our attention to the women's 400 meter hurdles. That will be our next event we'll see today. And the 400 meter hurdle results yesterday, Mary McKee set a conference record in her run. She ran a 1 minute and 80.81. That was again good for a conference record. Her teammate Addison Brooks sitting right behind her at 102.81. And Noelle Clierma from Harding set the third best mark at 103.78. Zoe Weaver made an appearance at 105.58. Taylor Brown at 105.73. Rosalind Manor, Rebecca Windent, and Kalia Thompson rounded out the top 8, and those will be your qualifying ladies today for the women's 400 meter. So lane assignments based on yesterday's times: Rebecca Wint, Taylor Brown, Zoe Weaver, Mary McKee, Annie Noel, Clierma, Addison Brooks, Rosalind Manor, and Kalia Thompson. A Tiger, 4 Oklahoma Baptist Bison, 1 Harding Bison, and 2 Southern Arkansas Lady Mule Riders. That will be the composition of our women's 400 meter hurdle today, as we look forward to the rest of the slate for the running events and the field events today. It's been a busy day out on the track today for Oklahoma Baptist, on Oklahoma Baptist campus here. We still have a good amount of events to look forward to today. we have both 400-meter hurdles, then both 200-meter dashes, the women's 500, the women's and men's 5,000 meter, and then the 4x4 will close us out at about 6 o'clock today. That will be the last event. That women's and men's 4x4, that will be the nightcap for us today, set to go off about 6 o'clock tonight. Currently, as it stands, the standings for the Great American Conference overall track championship is on the men's side. Oklahoma Baptist has a total of 199 points. That puts them in first. Second place is Harding at 151. Third is Southern Arkansas at 135. East Central, Ouachita, and Southern Nazarene round out the top 6 in the standings. On the female side of things, Harding has retaken the lead, going to a 224 total. Oklahoma Baptist sits in a close second, 196. Southern Arkansas a distant third at 96. The rest of the field goes Arkansas Tech, Northwestern, Southern Nazarene, Ouachita, Southeastern, East Central, Southwestern Oklahoma. As I mentioned, the lane assignments for the women's 400 hurdles are as follows: Rebecca Went, Taylor Brown, Zoe Weaver, Mary McKee, and Noelle Clerma in 5, Addison Brooks, Rosalind Manor in 7, and Kalia Thompson in 8. And Noelle Clerma for Harding, she's had a busy day. She currently sits at number 8 overall in the nation in this event. And we are moments away from this event. And on their mark, here for the 400 hurdles. Officials asked to hold as there was some debris that flew onto the track. As I mentioned, the wind is flipped opposite of where it was yesterday. The wind yesterday was going out to the southeast, now coming into the northwest. As I mentioned, the orientation today, you're watching from west to east, the field from left to right, north end on the left, south end on the right. And the on the marks call has been given. And now the set call. And here we go in the 400 hurdles. Addison Brooks making her move on the inside, so is Mary McKee. Mary McKee has killed the stagger coming into the first straightaway. It's Mary McKee and Rosalind Manor right now, 1 and 2. Or Kalia Thompson, excuse me. Kalia Thompson falling behind a little bit. Addison Brooks making a push for second. Mary McKee, there's no one around her. Coming around the second straight. Coming around the second curve, rather. Mary McKee has 3 hurdles left. Here comes Mary. She's by herself. Mary's by herself. Addison Brooks, her teammate, in second. Zoe Weaver fighting with Noelle Clerma for third. Here it comes to the home stretch. Mary's pushing. Addison's got kick left. Zoe Weaver and Noelle Clierma will be a close. Clierma will take 3. McKee, 1 minute, .76 will be good enough for the win in the 400 meter. Another record for McKee. Brooks takes second and Clierma takes third. Weaver takes fourth and Manor finishes fifth. Again, another meet record for Mary McKee, breaking her own that she set yesterday at 1 minute and .67. So she breaks her own conference record. Congratulations to Mary McKee on her second conference meet record in a weekend. And a great moment for Mary. Also, congratulations to Addison Brooks and Noelle Clierma for second and third place, respectively. That rounds out the podium for the women's 400 meter hurdles. So again, your conference champion in the women's 400 meter hurdle, Mary McKee. They're announcing the 100 meter race results for the men. As they are getting to the podium now, LaDamian Hendricks finishes third for Southern Arkansas. Southern Arkansas will flank both second and third. Trayvon Johnson will take second. And Mako or MJ Smith will take the 2022 Great American Conference Championship, defending his title from a year ago. 100 meter champion MJ Mako Smith. Congratulations to all of these gentlemen on a great race and a great season. Again, finishing top 8 in your field is nothing short of impressive. And now we will move to the men's 800 meter or 400 meter hurdle. The men's 400 meter hurdle is set to start here in a few moments as they're in the process of changing all the hurdle heights for the men. The lane assignments go as follows. Connor Westoven in lane 1 for Southern Arkansas. Savian Bush from Harding in lane 2. Darius Blackshire in lane 3. Nicholas Skokas in lane 4. Vayu Gay in lane 5. Jensen Smith in lane 6, from Oklahoma Baptist. Jalen Williams from Harding in lane 7, and Drake Carnley in lane 8. As they announce the winners of the 100 meter women's race. Congratulations to the podium that just got announced for the Great American Conference Women's Champion in the 100-meter dash. That was Brianna Brantley from Northwestern, so congratulations to Brianna. The men's shot put still going on over in the corner, as well as the men's pole vault. The men's 400 meter yesterday, 400 meter hurdle race is going to set the stage for today. Was Nicholas Skokis for Harding, 53.16 was his time yesterday. Falou Gay, his teammate, right behind him at 53.72. Darius Blackshire from Southern Nazarene, 54.10. Jinsetson Smith from Oklahoma Baptist, 55.08. That's the top four in terms of finishing yesterday in the preliminaries. Now, again, that sets the stage for the finale today. Connor Westoven in lane 1, Savian Bush in lane 2, Darius Blackshire in lane 3, Nicholas Soshisk in lane 4, Vayu Gay in lane 5, Jisetson Smith in lane 6, Jalen Williams in lane 7, Drake Carnley in lane 8. 5 representative of the Harding Bisons today in this race. 1 Oklahoma Baptist Bison, 1 Southern Nazarene Crimson Storm, and 1 Southern Arkansas Mule Rider. The Great American Conference meet record in this event was set by Landon Hunslick in 2018 from Oklahoma Christian University. Harding goes 1, 2, 3, 4 in the women's shot put, as you just heard on the public address system over on the south end of the stadium, as we are awaiting the start of the men's 400 meter hurdle. The festivities over at the shot put pit are still going on, as well as the men's pole vault going on the other side of the stadium as we speak. The hurdles are in place for the men's 400 meter hurdles, and now we are just awaiting the shot from the starter to send us on our way. And we are about to get started here in Shawnee with the 400 meter hurdle. Nicholas Sokas up in lane 4 for the defending champion, who is running next door in lane 5. He's number 9 in the nation. A Division II national qualifier, Fayu Gay. And now again, from in order of lane 1 onward, Weststoven in lane 1, Bush in lane 2, Blackshire in lane 3, Sokas in lane 4, Gay in lane 5, Smith in lane 6, Williams in 7, Carnley in 8. Those are your lane assignments today for the men's 400-meter hurdle. We get the opportunity to see the men's 400-meter hurdle final here very shortly. We were live on the air for about 10 hours yesterday, started at about 10 and finished about 9:15, 9:20. That was the mark for from Oklahoma Baptist. Now we just got the okay to start the race here on the mark call for all the competitors. And now we are set to run the 400 meter. And we are just moments away from the start of that race here on the Bison Sports Network. And they're off around the corner, around the first bend. Hurdles are clean through 1. And that is Jalen Williams. And now Fayu Gay in lane 5 trying to make his push. Gay and Sokas right next to each other, coming around the second bend. Sokas now out in front. Here comes Sokas. Gay right behind him. It's going to be a close finish. Sokas out in front. Gay trying to make his move. Sokas has one more hurdle to clear. He's clear. It's going to be a Harding finish, 1 and 2. Gay makes his move. Sokas is right there. It's going to be a photo finish. I don't know who got it. It was Gay. Gay did get the win. Sokas is right there behind him, 0-2 and 2-0. 52-02 and 52-20 is the finish times for those two athletes. There, a new championship record being set at 52-02 or 05, excuse me, officially. So congratulations to Harding athletes Fayu Gay and Nicholas Sokas. That will be the 1 and 2. It will be a Harding 1-2 finish on the podium again today. Blackshire end up taking 3. That'll put Southern Nazarene on the podium. And that will be a school record for Blackshire. (52:05), a now new Great American Conference record for Fayu Gay. An exciting day of continued success for both athletes and programs alike. 400 meter men's now complete. The men's 200 or women's 200 is up next, followed by the men's 200. Then we'll go see the 5,000 race for the women and the men. Then the women's 4x4 and the men's 4x4 will close out our festivities here tonight. We have about 10 minutes in between the hurdles and the 200, so we'll be back here in a little bit on the Bison Sports Network for continued coverage. of the Great American Conference Welcome back to Oklahoma Baptist University here in Shawnee, Oklahoma for our coverage of the Great American Conference 2022 track meet. We're about to watch the women's 200-meter race take place here for the women. The lane assignments are as follows. Morgan James in lane 1. In lane 2, Tajane Brooks in lane 2, Cameron Hooks in lane 3, Donna Chapman in lane 4, and Noel Clarema in lane 5, Tavonia Lacey in lane 6, Brianna Brantley in lane 7, and Issa Trailer in lane 8. Brianna Brantley already won the 100-meter today, and Noel Clarema has been competitive in every race she's been in today. And the on your marks call is given. If the prelims are anything to go off of, Donna Chapman should be the favorite today. Not by much, though, only beating out Noel Clarema by .03 yesterday. So this should be an exciting race. 1, 2, and 3 place finishers yesterday, separated by less than .09. Brianna Brantley finished third yesterday in prelims total time, and Noel second. Donna Chapman had the best time yesterday. Again, James, Brooks, Hooks, Chapman, Claremont, Lacey, Brantley, and Trailer. And we're off. Donna Chapman trying to make up the stagger here early. Donna's out. Brianna Brantley not allowing her to gain any ground. And Noel Claremont. It's a 3-woman race. Brantley's out in front. Chapman's trying to dig. Brantley's just got something to take today that she and nobody else has. Brantley's going to take it. And I actually think that Cameron Hooks came in and stole the second place finish. And Hooks did finish second. Claremont finished third. Chapman finished fourth. So not only does Brianna Brantley win the 100, she comes back and doubles back and wins the 200. Brantley 24.76, Hooks 24.96, Claremont 25.09. That is your time today. Brianna Brantley goes back-to-back in the 100 and 200. Congratulations to Brianna, your 2022 women's 200-meter champion. Now we will await the launch of the men's 200 meter. And one of 5 remaining races we have on the docket left today. The pole vault has completed over on the east side of the stadium. The shot put still being contested on the north side of the stadium. And the lane assignments are as follows for the men's 200 meter, and that is the following assignments. In lane 1, Matthew Norman from Oklahoma Baptist. In lane 2, Trevon Johnson. Shervonte Null sits in lane 3. Dakari Bush, who's already won an event today, in lane 4. Dakari Smith from Southern Nazarene in lane 5. Jacoby Gardner sits in lane 6. Tad Kirby in lane 7, who won the long jump earlier today. Bryson Johnson in lane 8. Blake Barlett set the GAC meet record in 2016 with a time of 20:68. As far as preliminary races go, yesterday the top time was Dakari Bush. 21:54 was his time. Dakari Smith took second in 21:60, and Shavante Knowles took third in terms of overall time in the preliminary races. The men's 200 meter about to take place again, as I mentioned. There's a little bit of confusion down on the track about maybe the blocks Dakari Smith was going to use in lane 4. He's going to go find an extra set over on the right hand side of the track. As the guys are taking their practice starts, they will get the opportunity to finish their warm-up, and we will kick off the first of 5 events we have left on the docket for today with the official wrap of the men's pole vault and men's shot put. Those results will be in soon. When I receive those, I will pass those on to you all. Great American Conference softball and baseball action going on all day today in Bentonville and Hot Springs, Arkansas. The quarterfinal game between Oklahoma Baptist and Southern Nazarene, as I already mentioned, Southern Nazarene took that game. The Arkansas-Monticello-Arkansas Tech matchup in the second game of the championship weekend in softball went to number 1 ranked Arkansas Tech, who beat Arkansas-Monticello 6-0. As I mentioned, the first game of the Great American Conference baseball tournament went to Southeastern it went to Ouachita as they upset Southeastern. They beat them 8-7. So a full slate on the Great American Conference calendar today across multiple different sports as they're continuing to get the blocks situated down here on the track for the men's 200 meter dash. For those NBA fans listening, the Celtics Milwaukee game is at the end of the third quarter, and Milwaukee is winning 78-67, which is a surprise to nobody who is a fan of the NBA and watches the NBA regularly. The Celtics perennially overperform in the first round of the playoffs and usually tend to find their way out in the second or third round. Giving a hard time to one of our communications staffers here, KJ Reed, who's a diehard Boston Celtics fan, so I enjoy watching him suffer a little bit as he checks on the score of the Celtics game. I think he's the creative media is the correct title. So I'll retract my statement, just lump him into communications. I won't do that. But appreciate his work and everybody else who's up here in the press box making this stream and this event go according to plan. So again, just trying to stall a little bit as we get the block situation figured out down on the track prior to the 200-meter race. We've now had a couple of different blocks used in lane 4 and now in lane 5. 2 representatives and officials in the Great American Conference will hold the blocks for the athletes, making sure they don't slip. Lane block assistance needed in lane 4, 5, and 7 for this race, making sure blocks don't slip on the start. Again, the lane assignments in lane 1, Matthew Norman, lane 2, Trevon Johnson, lane 3, Shavonte Knowles, lane 4, Dakari Bush, lane 5, Dakari Smith, lane 6, Jacoby Gardner, lane 7, Tad Kirby, lane 8, Bryson Johnson. And again, the 200-meter will start at the timeline on one end and finish on the timeline at the other. And the ready is given and the start is off. Bush trying to make up the stagger. Dakari Smith from Southern Nazarene, though, out in front. Dakari out in front. Dakari and Knowles. Knowles pushing hard. Knowles may beat him, but here comes Dakari Bush. Bush is going to take it with an unbelievable back straightaway from Dakari Bush, and he will run away with it. Holy cow, 21-3-5, 21-6-4, 21-6-5. I thought Knowles' kick was going to be the one that was needed to win it, but Dakari Bush had a unbelievable kick, and he just had a gear that no one else had in that race. That was unbelievable. Wow. What a finish there from Dakari Bush. That was unbelievable, and his teammates are giving him all the praise he deserves over there. And I don't think you can indict any of the other racers. I just think that's a gear that Dakari Bush had that no one else in the race could get to. That was an unbelievable home stretch finish there from Dakari Bush, and he will be your men's 200-meter Great American Conference champion. He is followed up by Dakari Smith from Southern Nazarene, and then Shavonte Knowles will take third for Oklahoma Baptist. That will be your podium for the men's 200-meter race. And that was an exciting race there coming down to the final. And that's going to lead us straight into the women's 5,000-meter race. That will start here in about 10 minutes or so. And we will come back here in a few minutes on the Bison Sports Network for the start list for that event. We will be right back here on our coverage of the Great American Conference Welcome back to Oklahoma Baptist University here for the 5,000 meter women's race is about to take place as they're handing out the awards for the discus today. And we will give you the list for the 5,000 meter. In the first group, there's 2 heats of the 5,000 meter today. Jadon Pavlik will be for Oklahoma Baptist. Kaylin Dobbins, Arkansas Tech. Natalie Morellis from East Central. Alexandria Jamies from Oklahoma Baptist. Giselle Zavaleta from Southwestern. Sarah Holman from Ouachita. Mallory Bowden from Northwestern. Catherine Benavidez, Southern Arkansas. Joanna White from Harding. Jessica Jennings from Ouachita. Libby Goodnow from Northwestern. Finney Rubio from Southern Nazarene. Alyssa Solis from Southern Arkansas. Lauren Downs from Southern Nazarene. And Melissa Martinez from East Central. Josie Gibson, from Northwestern. Madeline Coffey from Southeastern. Jocelyn Shank from Southwestern. Cecilia Quesada from Southern Arkansas. Allie Morton from Oklahoma Baptist. And Mandy Sikora from Arkansas Tech. Now to go get the official results for the men's pole vault, as we're still waiting on the results for men's shot put. Men's pole vault, it is a clean sweep for Harding. Going from the top 9 upwards, Zane Nutter finishes 9th with a 4-meter vault. Anthony Phillips takes 8 with a 4:30 vault. Paul David Quillen takes 7th with a 4:45 vault. Matt Hipshire, the decathlon champion, takes 6th with 4:45. Austin Parrish in the 4th place spot with Harding in a 4:60. Ben Ferris from Harding with 4:60. Jonathan Wall from Harding 4:70. Alex Winden takes 2nd at the 5-meter flat, and a conference record for Dorian Shano from Harding, and he hits a conference record mark of 5:21 meters. Congratulations to Dorian, Alex, and Jonathan. You're all Harding podium for the pole vault. Back to section 1, heat 1 of our Oklahoma Baptist. Allie Morton leading the women's 500 or 5,000 meter race right now. Allie passing the timeline for the first time. She'll have 12 laps left. This is a Jadon Pavlik leading the pack right now, followed immediately by Kaylin Dobbins. Jadon Pavlik had the highest seeded time coming into this event today in 1938. Her best time this year at a seeded event at the OBU Invitational here on campus earlier this year. Pavlik, Dobbins, and Alexandria Jamies. Alexandria making her move on the outside. She's comfortable sitting in second with her teammate right there. East Central, Natalie Morellis right there in the group of 4, strongly out in front. Jadon Pavlik setting the pace. Her seeded time is about 3 seconds faster than Dobbins, who has the second best time coming into today. Natalie Morellis, as I mentioned, the 3rd place in terms of seeding, and Alexander Jamies in 4th. So the 4 in front are the top 4 in the heat. Again, this seeding is based on time. Excuse me, that Arkansas Tech runner in front is Mandy Sikora. She is right there behind Morales, Pavlik, and Alexandria Jamies. Jaden Pavlik still in front as Sikora makes her move into second place. Alexandria James is falling to third. Sitting right behind her in fourth is Natalie Morales. Top four separating themselves from the pack here. There is 9 laps remaining for the leaders. As Pavlik and company start to take the second curve in their 10th lap. The GAC meet record is Kaylee Large. She set that back in 2017 with a time of 17 minutes and 38 seconds. The overall college record was set by Jenny Bardner in Colorado. That was back in 2009. Hasn't been beaten since. That's because that time is 15:07. So almost, as a matter of fact, more than 2 full minutes off the time Kaylee Large is set for the Great American Conference record. As Pavlik and Sikora pull away. That seems to be the pace they're set for Pavlik and Sikora. They're going to pull away from the rest of the pack here early. Again, this is a long race. It's 12 and a half laps in total. Pavlik has relinquished her lead to Mandy Sikora from Arkansas Tech. Sikora and Pavlik battling it out for first and second right now. Natalie Morales comfortably behind, but also comfortably ahead of the rest of the pack in third. Pavlik and Sikora still battling for the lead. Sikora has it currently. Pavlik drafting behind. Morales still comfortably in third. Giselle Zavaleta and Jocelyn Shank, the two Southwestern Lady Bulldogs, chasing Morales. Pavlik still trying to keep her distance behind Sikora. Sikora trying to pull away. And then on the podium for the Great American Conference, the Javelin that took place yesterday, the Javelin results. That was the last thing we closed with. Will Clark regained his title that he won back in 2017 with a fabulous performance finishing just in front of Christian Shoemaker, who both at the time in which they threw them through conference records in the javelin yesterday. Will Clark's 57.40 will stand as the ultimate conference record going into next year. But Christian Shoemaker's performance last night was nothing short of spectacular as well. Ben Ferris, the other Harding Bison up on the podium, rounded out the podium for the Harding Bisons, who have had a fantastic stranglehold on the field events today in terms of points. Socorro now starting to separate a little bit from Jaden Pavlik here with 7 laps to go. The 8:30 mark being the time that Mandy Socorro passed the timeline. Pavlik still comfortably in second. However, she is falling behind Socorro by quite a healthy margin. The Southwestern Bulldogs, Giselle Zavaleta and Jocelyn Shank, are both in 3rd and 4th respectively. Morales still holding on to a comfortable lead in 5th. Again, this is the first of 2 heats that we'll see today. The heats are time relative, so we will see the athletes who could not post the good enough times to qualify for the top heat race here in the first heat. We will use this time to give you an update currently on the standings as far as men's and women's overall go, with only 4 events remaining. The women's 5,000, men's 5,000, women's and men's 4x4. Harding now has a lead over Oklahoma Baptist in the men's side, 247 total for Harding, 233 total for Oklahoma Baptist. Southern Arkansas sits 3rd but comfortably behind at 168, East Central with 50, Southern Nazarene at 21. Ouachita is rounding up the group in 6th place with 14 points. On the female side of things, similar story. Harding's on top, 236 total for them. Oklahoma Baptist has 230 points going into the final 4 events. Southern Arkansas sits again comfortably in 3rd but comfortably behind with 113. And Northwestern carries 48. Arkansas Tech has 41. Southern Nazarene has 28. Ouachita Baptist 21. Southeastern Oklahoma in 8th place with 12 points. East Central 9 points in 9th place, and Southwestern Oklahoma in 10th place with 2. Again, 4 events remaining for the conference track title that hangs in the balance. Socorro comfortably out in front now, lapping some of the competition in the field. She has set a great pace for herself, and Jaden Pavlik from Oklahoma Baptist is trying to follow suit and keep pace with Socorro. Socorro and Pavlik, 1 and 2. Socorro working on lap 5. A beautiful day outside here in Shawnee, Oklahoma, as we have just passed the 5 o'clock mark on the day. Yesterday we went till about 9:15. That was the time that the javelin wrapped up. Yesterday the men's javelin competition went in a marathon of an event, but it was a lot of fun to watch. As we mentioned, the men's javelin standings earlier. Other events to go final, the men's shot put is there waiting to be announced on the podium from 8 upwards. Deron Williams, for Oklahoma Baptist takes 8. That's Deron Williams, and Oklahoma Baptist takes 8th in the conference, 13-19 for him. Jonathan Vaughn from East Central, 13:28, takes 7th in the conference from East Central. Seth West from Harding takes 6th with 13:50 for Seth. Michael Jones from Southern Arkansas is good for 5th, 14:51, and that all the top 3, for Southern Arkansas here in the shot put. But number 4, the Lone Bison in the top 5, Alexander Chauvinik. He had a mark of 14:57, but Jacameron Zachary for Southern Arkansas, 15:05. Trayvon Scott, 15:09. Darius Trimble is going to bring home the shot put Great American Conference Championship with a mark of 15:66. So congratulations to Darius Trimble and Southern Arkansas for a clean sweep. Again, Darius Trimble, your Great American Conference shot put champion. Trayvon Scott finishes 2nd. Jacameron Zachary taking 3rd. Back to your 5,000 meter race. You'll see Mandy Sikora still taking her pace as she is continuing to set the standard as Pavlik has fallen almost half the bend behind. Again, as you're looking at the podium, Trimble takes the win for Southern Arkansas in a clean sweep of the podium, 1, 2, 3. And Oklahoma Baptist, East Central, and Harding make an appearance in the top 8. As we see Mandy Sikora go by the podium, and she will have 3 laps remaining with just over 15 minutes of time under her belt. Just to give you some context, about 6 seconds ago, the Colorado record holder, Jenny Bargner, would have finished her complete race. She has the all-time NCAA record at 15 minutes and 7 seconds, and that's just unbelievable when you put into the context of how in great a shape these athletes are, and still that the fact that to think that someone was able to compete at that level, especially in the college ranks, is impressive to think about. So again, your leader right now is Mandy Sikora, and she is representing Arkansas Tech in the lead right now. Behind her, halfway through the east straightaway, is Jaden Pavlik. Sikora is going to have 2 laps left here shortly. She is setting a unbelievable pace here for herself. As far as the best times, the women's 10,000 meters, so that's double the race here. Sophia Strange set a conference record in that race, a 36-minute total. Emma Downing finished 2nd, 36:50. Ashlyn Mays took 3rd in that event, a fellow teammate of the current leader Mandy Sikora. Mandy Sikora, she is again comfortably out in front. The 2nd place runner from Oklahoma Baptist, Jaden Pavlik. From there it gets a little bit confusing. The field here has lapped each other, so kind of guessing who is in 3rd and who is in 13th or 14th is guesswork at this point. Here comes Pavlik. She's going to have one lap remaining here for her. And she's coming down the straightaway, about to cross the timeline for her last lap of the day. This will be the last distance event today for the Great American Conference. Jaden Pavlik, the second runner to cross the timeline for the last time today. Mandy Sikora on her east side straightaway. She will come into the final bend and then back down the home stretch. Sikora coming down the last bend. And Mandy Sikora is going to win the first heat and put her name in the hat of the women's 5,000 meter race. She has a final time of 19:55.85. That is, again, Mandy Sikora, who won the first heat of the women's 5,000 meter, 19:55.85. Jaden Pavlik will finish second. Her time is 20:24.74. She will finish second. Sikorova takes first, Pavlik takes second. Quesada takes third, 20:38 is her time. 36, 05. So that will be your podium for the first heat. Again, this is a timed base seating system, so this usually will not be your top finishers in the first, but they will may make an appearance on the podium with a good time in the first seat. Now we are listening in to a tie for fourth and the pole vault results, the men's pole vault results. Is going to be a clean sweep for Harding on the podium. Alex Hinkman, the second place finisher. And, of course, your winner of the 2022 Great American Conference champion in the pole vault, defending his championship from a year ago. And he broke his own record for last year. Dorian Shagno will represent the Harding Bisons, as well as the other two Harding Bisons that finished second and third, and then the tie for fourth. So 5 Harding Bisons finished 1 through 4, an impressive group for the pole vault guys taking a picture together. That brotherhood obviously strong. And then now, as we await the finishers of the last couple of the 5,000 meter women's race, Again, 12.5 laps is what the doctor ordered for these ladies. Looking ahead, the second section of this race will be a 21 girl field. The best seeded times coming in to today will be Nevius Megas from Harding, Mary Beth Bailey from Arkansas Tech, and Emma Downing from Oklahoma Baptist. Those will be your top 3 seeds going into today. Second race. For the second section of the women's 5,000 meter race today, we have the following ladies. They will be, again, Nevis Megas from Harding, Mary Beth Bailey from Arkansas Tech, Emma Downing, Aaliyah Reg Wajid, Ashlyn Mays, Callie Beshore, Sophia Strange, Abigail Kimboy, Karina Marvellis, Macy Cash, Marcy Cudworth, Katie Cowger, Christian West, Dakota Cassidy, Kylie Phillips, Olivia Lynch, and Taylor Coyth. That is the crew that is expected to run here today for the second section of the 5,000 meter race. The 5,000 meter is on hold at the moment as they're trying to attend to a Northwest Oklahoma State Lady Ranger. She is obviously tired. She ran an extremely hard race in the 5,000 meter in the first heat, so glad to see she is okay. The Oklahoma Baptist training staff is doing their best to take care of her as the gun goes off for the second and final heat of the women's 5,000 meter. Same format, 12.5 laps here for the final 5,000 meter race, and we will crown a Great American Conference women's 5,000 meter champion. Someone will be going home with a gold medal today and 10 points for their team. And Joanna White is out in front for Harding. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Neves Megas is out in front at the timeline, 40-second mark for those girls. Followed immediately by Emma Downing and Sophia Strange of Oklahoma Baptist. They're running together.
So this is heat 2 of the 2-heat final in the women's 5,000 meters.
And we have a pretty solid group established here halfway through lap 1. A little bit quicker pace set here early in the race than what we saw in the first heat, which is to be expected because these races are separated by time seeds. So Nevis Mageas is still in first position. And she is being flanked by 2 members of the Oklahoma Baptist team, Emma Downing and Sophia Strange. And we are around on the second lap of the 5,000 meter today. Here goes Nevis Mageas. She is still out in front, flanked behind the 2 Oklahoma Baptist runners. Sophia Strange now solidly in second. Emma Downing sits in third. Aaliyah Regwajid is right there as well, flanked next to Mary Beth, Ashlyn Mays, and Callie Beshore. A lot of white. The sea of white you're seeing is a mix between Harding and Arkansas Tech. Arkansas Tech is the white tops and the green bottoms, and Harding is the white tops and the black bottoms. The leader, Nevis Mageas, is still comfortably in the lead. Now starting to try to separate herself a little bit, as it looks like that is Mary Beth Bailey making her move up to second. Sophia Strange in third. And looks like there is a mass of girls from that kind of that third place spot down to the sixth place spot. I lied, that is not. That is Macy Cash, who is currently sitting in second place right now. Still firmly behind the lead, but now here comes Mary Beth Bailey. Mary Beth Bailey overtakes into the lead, now trying to push her own pace with 9 laps remaining. Macy Cash, the Ouachita Tiger up there, flirting with the lead. McGeous and Cash going back and forth right now. As they come into the straightaway. The first turn of lap 8 now underway for the women's 5,000 meter second heat. Megan Neves McGeous is jockeying for the lead with Macy Cash, the Ouachita Baptist Tiger, followed by Mary Beth Bailey, who is right there behind in striking distance, and Emma Downing and Sophia Strange are not far off the lead. Macy Cudworth is in the pack a little far behind. Cash is right there, and Ashlyn Mays is right there in the mix too. That is the Arkansas Tech. White and green you're seeing in your third place spot right there, right next to Sophia Strange. Emma Downing still holding pace directly behind. Last year's winner in this event. 6:32 is the pace. Marcy Cudworth, wearing the number 11, is currently in the lead for Arkansas Tech. And the usual suspects are sitting there behind in second, third, and fourth. Continuing to push the pace, we've seen new leaders established as they look down to their watch and check their times, trying to keep themselves on pace for their goal time and what they think it's going to need to win this event. Cudworth in front. Mays following. Sophia Strange makes her move. Nias Macias is looking fatigued but still holding strong in that third place position, getting behind Sophia to draft as she goes into lap 6. Cudworth, Strange, Macias, Downing, and Mays. Those are your top 5 right now. And that is East Central's Wajid, R-E-G-G, W-A-J-I-D, Aaliyah. Still working tirelessly to maintain and keep their position ahead in this race as they string out coming into the home stretch. (11, 7, 5, 1). Cudworth, Strange, Mays, Magias. That is your grouping. Emma Downing sitting comfortably behind, almost stalking, if you will, last year's champion. Aaliyah Wajid has made her move into third, sitting comfortably in third place. She has the white accessory on. And Sophia Strange and Ashlyn Mays are trying to put, and Marcy Cudworth are trying to put some distance in between them and the pack, and it is working. The distance is growing with Strange and Cudworth in the front, and then Aaliyah sitting comfortably in third. Naviz Magias not far behind. She did have the best seated time coming into today, but this pace is quick. Through lap 6, about to come into lap 5 for the women at the front here. It will shake them up when they have to depart from lap 1 to go around. Some of the other competitors won't allow as smooth of a draft, will force their own weight with the wind moving against them when they're coming back on the home stretch. Sophia Strange out in front. Cudworth and Aaliyah. The defending champion, Emma Downing, stopping in 5th. Now passes Naviz Magias. Emma Downing now in 4th. Stalking the lead crew. There is not any ounce of worry on the defending champ's face, sitting there in 4th. Naviz Magias is going to need a big last 5 laps to overcome the distance in between the top 4 and her. However, Sophia Strange and Marcy Cudworth are working on strengthening their lead. It's going to be a continuation of trying to stretch that lead for these ladies. And encouragement coming as they round the corner into the home stretch. And Sophia still trying to set the pace strong. Sophia Strange, her best time coming into the 18:03. That was at the OBU Invitational on this track early this year. Marcy Cudworth. Now Emma Downing making her move into 3rd. The GAC record for this event, 17:38, with 3 laps left. That mark, if pace is kept, could be close. Sophia Strange out in front. Marcy Cudworth in second. Emma Downing has closed the gap now in third. Aaliyah Redwood-G not too far behind, just a couple paces behind Emma Downing, comfortably in fourth. And Sophia Strange still holding strong in that first position for the Bison. The Golden Suns are stalking, though, and here's exactly what it is on the home stretch. With her fans behind her, looks like Marcy Cudworth's going to go outside and make her move. She steps for step with Strange. Strange making her work. You're going to have to go faster than that if you want to make that move. Golden Suns coach telling her you have to make the move now. However, she will fall back in line as they pass on the outside of lane one. Emma Downing still comfortably back, sitting in third place. Sophia Strange on the outside of the lane. Marcy Cudworth on the inside. Downing now closes space. Downing even with Cudworth, or left foot even with Cudworth's right. There's encouragement laced around the track for both teams. A couple of the Golden Sun athletes and coaches trying to urge Marcy on as she needs a big final 2 laps here to go finish. Aaliyah Redwood-Jeed still stalking there in fourth. Emma Downing comfortably a pace or 2 behind Sophia Strange and Marcy Cudworth, who are now sharing the lead on the bend. We're going to see a close finish here, I have to think. Marcy's now making her move on the outside. Marcy has the lead. Here comes Emma Downing following Marcy. Now establishing the new pace. Marcy Cudworth and Emma Downing look like they may separate here. Here we go. Marcy Cudworth, Emma Downing. 1 lap left. This is it. Emma Downing now on the outside of Cudworth. You have to think you're going to see Emma make her move here on this, either this turn or the next straight. That's exactly what it is. Emma now tracking on the outside. Cudworth pinned behind the runner on the inside of the lane. Cudworth goes back. Emma Downing now pushing the pace to a different level. Don't count Aaliyah Redwood-Jeed out yet either. She's now passing Cudworth. Cudworth falling behind in third. Aaliyah now shoving the pace. Aaliyah step for step with Downing on the inside of the far straight. Downing and Redwood-Jeed, here we go. 1 turn in the home stretch left. That's all that's left for Emma Downing, defending her 5,000-meter crown. We're pretty much in a full stride sprint here. Coming down the turn, Emma Downing. Aaliyah Redwood-Jeed, here we go, down to the home stretch. Redwood's trying to make it come. She's trying to come on. But Emma Downing has a different gear. Aaliyah's not going to get there. Emma Downing going for under 8:30 mark. Emma Downing will defend her 5,000-meter title. Congratulations to Emma Downing. She'll have 18:28.18. That'll be her time. Aaliyah Redwood-Jeed will have a second place time of 8:30, 18:30 and change, 18:30.09 officially. Cudworth, 18:36.35 will take third. That will be your podium for the women's 5,000 meter. And that will complete the podium when we get the official results with the results from both heats. Obviously, it's the biggest number from both heats. Best number from both heats, regardless of what heat your time is. If your time is fourth in your heat, but there is the 7th place time in the other heat, that 7th place runner will take a higher spot on the podium. This is a grueling race for all the ladies that participate, and it is a testament to the prowess of all their athleticism for them to finish, let alone compete at the national pace that these ladies compete at today. At the completion of this women's event, there will only be one more event to decide the overall Women's Great American Conference overall track and field championship. It is a two-team race right now. Last checked, it was between Harding and Oklahoma Baptist. Oklahoma Baptist now all but guaranteed a win in the women's 5,000 meter, and that will be Emma Downing. She will have the crown for the Great American Conference gold medal champion for Oklahoma Baptist and bring home 10 points for her team. The 4x4 team for Oklahoma Baptist, the women, a national qualifier, all All-Americans. You have to have a good feeling if you're an OBU fan about that. But also, Harding has been unbelievable this week as well across all different events, not only in the field events, but also on the track as well. As the last couple of girls are going to cross the finish line here for the women's 5,000 meter race, we will do a check-in on the total score. This is obviously prior to the results for the 5,000 becoming official. Overall score going into the final two events for the women, Oklahoma Baptist is in second place. Harding has the most points, 236 for Harding going into the final two events. They have 236 total points. Oklahoma Baptist is in second with 230. Southern Arkansas sits in third comfortably at 113, and Northwestern carrying 48 points. Harding also in the lead on the men's side of things with 247 total points going into the last two events. Oklahoma Baptist is second and third with 233 total points. Third, again, is Southern Arkansas with 168, and there's a little bit of a drop-off with East Central with 50 total points. We will continue our coverage here of the men's 5,000 meter race as the completion of the women's 5,000 meter race, and we now will give you the names of the men's competitors. And when those race results come final, we will give you the updated score for the women's total championship prior to the final event being the 4x4 relay. The men's competitors in the 5,000 meter in the first and only heat of the 5,000 meter. We will see 32 athletes eligible for this race. Amos Peacock will be the 1 seed coming into today. 14:38 is his best time this year. For 14:37.9, excuse me. Robert Kraus, Luke Walling, Whit Lawrence, Cade Swindle, Maximilian Wheeler, Carson Sandvik, Jackson Prume, Dylan Mayberry, Gilberto Palamo, Jack Reed, Matt Ingalspe, Maverick Stevenson, Carson Kadokis, Noah Eskew, Jorge Sanchez, Tom Valente, Jalen Bicho, Jamie Quinoz, Parker Ablaze, Pedro Cervantes, Yoel Hayes, Elijah Woodward, Samuel Fantoni, Spencer Conrad, Jacob Humphrey, Neil Cole, Denzel Vilsaint, Madison Langley, Blake Cope, Jackson Parrish, and Zachary Wells will be your contestants in this men's 5,000 meter race. Starter gun is off for the men's 5,000 meter race, and obviously a hot start to get out in front of this 32-man pack. The race is on. The Great American Conference Team Championship hangs in the balance of these last two events for Oklahoma Baptist and Harding. This is a big event. Amos Peacock, the heavy favorite in this event, followed directly behind Robert Kraus for Southern Arkansas. Those are the two you are seeing in the lead right now. The all-time meet record here is Nehemiah 2. He set that in 2018, 14:46. 32 was his mark. Amos Peacock and Robert Kraus are out ahead early of the pack, trying to set a strong pace in this event early. Again, 14:37 is the mark for Amos Peacock. If he hits that today, he will become the new Great American Conference meet record holder. As we are obviously awaiting the much anticipated 4x4 men's and women's relay. Amos Peacock trying to pull away from Robert Kraus, who is a close second. Amos Peacock out pulling away from the second place runner, Robert Kraus. The question will be, can Peacock hold this pace throughout the rest of the race, having 10 laps remaining? An important question to answer for Peacock. Carson Sandvik and Luke Walling both trailing in the 3 and 4 spot right now. And there's the cavalry. Harding still holds the overall win for both the men's and women's. We think that that will change for Oklahoma Baptist once Emma Downing's win in the women's 5,000 meter goes official. Emma Downing sharing an embrace with her head coach in the middle of the field after her win. She's had a fantastic career at OBU, much like Amos Peacock has for ECU, looking to reset yet another record here today in the Great American Conference 5,000 meter race. He's coming around to his finish his 10th lap finish his second full lap with 9 remaining. There has been no shortage of memorable performances here this weekend as we look forward to an exciting finale with records to be broken and conference titles to play for. Peacock still out in front, has the whole bend on the field, trying to set his own pace. Amos Peacock out in force, trying to shatter the current Great American Conference record of 14:46. He's 5 minutes in with 8 laps remaining. Amos on the west side straightaway here as the rest of the crew piles in. It's Carson Sandvik sitting in second right now. He leads a group of runners behind him. Amos Peacock coming around on the bend on his 8th lap. Now 7 remaining. Finishing his 8th lap. Now there's 7 remaining. Finishing his 5th lap, that is. There's 7 remaining now. Here comes Amos. Amos passing the timeline. The second place runner, Carson Sandvik, holding strong. Right behind him, Luke Walling. Amos Peacock is out in front by a healthy amount here, going into his, about to be his 6th lap. Amos finishing the bend without the second place runners starting it. And here comes Amos. Amos is running at a frantic pace. 6 laps remaining for Amos before the 8-minute mark. The Amos Peacock is now on the second straightaway. It's a heavy load to carry, this 5,000 meter race, so for Amos to be out that far in front of the pack is nothing short of impressive. Amos Peacock now coming through for his 5th lap left. He's now completed 7, 5 laps remaining for Amos Peacock. The fans here on the east side trying to spur on their friends and family as your leader Amos Peacock comes in to finish his 8th lap. Oklahoma Baptist now in front with the women's 5,000 meter in the bag. Oklahoma Baptist a new total of 245s. That leads all teams. In second, Harding has 239. And on the male side, this is prior to this event coming to a close. Harding leading the pack with 247. Oklahoma Baptist in second with 233. Amos Peacock now finishing his 9th lap. Will be coming around with 3 laps remaining here shortly. A lot of hard work being done by all these athletes out on the track right now as we await the inevitable first place finish of Amos Peacock. The men in this event undoubtedly have some of the best cardio across all athletes in the field in track events today. And it is being put on display here in front of a healthy crowd in Crane Family Stadium. Amos Peacock on his 9th lap right now, about to come around and start his 10th. The rest of the field dispersed around the entire track. Amos coming around the home stretch. He is tracking a 12:30 mark. The overall record in across all divisions in college is 13:08. So that'd be a finish in about 20 seconds. To give you some context, in 8 seconds, the number 1 college time in the history of college athletics, Henry Rono, would have finished at 13:08.4. The Amada 2 holds the current record for this event. A Harding alum, graduated in 2018, or completed it in 2018, with a time of 14:46.32. Amos Peacock is going to be able to make an attempt at that record today. Here he comes. Amos needs a 45-second lap to beat the record. A 45-second 400 for Amos Peacock will take him into the record books in the Great American Conference with the sole proprietorship of the 5,000 meter conference record. And here he comes down the straightaway, passing competition. He's working hard. He sees the clock down there in the north end corner. He will not get the record, but what he will get is comfortably striding in with a conference championship in his event. 5,000 meters. Amos Peacock will be the sole proprietor of the Great American Conference 5,000 meter men's championship today, and he gets a standing ovation coming down the home stretch as he deserves it. Smiling from ear to ear. Amos Peacock, his final time will be 15:07.05. Amos Peacock will take home his first Great American Conference finish today. Congratulations to Amos. Second place is still very much open. And here comes the race for second place. And that is going to be Peacock will be in first at 15:07:05. And we will announce Sandvik will take second and Walling will take third. Peacock, Sandvik, Walling, 1, 2, 3 on the podium for your 5,000 meter men's race today. And when those results become official, we will update you in the scorebook. Walling placing for Harding will do a lot for them and moving them up the rankings for the complete total. As we see the rest of the group finishing here. Big finish from a lot of these athletes working extremely hard. And they deserve every round of applause they're getting from the fans in attendance today. As the last group of runners comes around for the finish, a congratulatory clap is in order. These guys have run a great race and will get to take a deep breath upon their completion here as we await now the final two events of each, the men's and the women's 4x4 relay will be the deciding race for both the men's and the women's Great American Championship title and where that will go home, whether it will go home to Searcy, Arkansas, or whether it will stay here in Shawnee, Oklahoma. A great finish from all the athletes here in the men's 5,000 meter race. And here we go. The women's 4x4 teams are going to take the track. And this will be the deciding race today for the Great American Conference Track Championship of 2022. The exciting race here for the women. The women first, men second. Again, when those results go final in the men's 5,000 meter, I will relay that to you guys. However, we are looking at the deciding race for the female teams here starting shortly. Lane assignments for the women's 4x4 relay. Southwestern Oklahoma occupies lane 1. The athletes are York, Brown, Whitfield, and Collins. Their seeded race this year is 4:15:58. That was at the SCU Paul Parent Invitational. In lane 2, Ouachita Baptist University, Went, Perry, McGregor, and White will run for Ouachita. 4:06:97 is their number this year at the Little Rock Twilight meet this year. Lane 3, Southeastern Oklahoma. Their athletes Armstrong, Zavala, Longoria, and Booker, 4:01:23. That was at the East Texas Invitational. Oklahoma Baptist in lane 4. The All-Americans, Brooks, McKee, and James will be the squad for the 4x4. 3:46.40 is their time. Those are at the Drake relays. Harding's in lane 5. Kinga Strashinska, Eakin, Stramood, and Claremont. 3:51.36 is their best time this year in the 94th Clyde Littlefield, Texas relay. Southern Arkansas occupies lane 6. Hooks, Manor, Hogg, Thompson. 4:03.65 on the Carl White Invitational. Northwestern Oklahoma occupies lane 7. Bell, Brantley, O'Leary in lane 4:09.89 at the ECU Midwest Classic, and Arkansas Tech is in lane 8. Marvellis, Browning, Bailey, and West will be that crew in lane 8.
Oklahoma Baptist in lane 5, runner-up last year. They've run 3:51.36. Harding in lane 6, fourth here.
The Great American Conference record is 3:47.13, set in Oklahoma Baptist back in 2018. That record stands to be broken if Oklahoma Baptist can come close to their seeding best this year. And the 4x4, again, 3:46.40, the best time for OBU this year in the women's 4x4. The update on the team scores coming into the final events now with the men 5,000 meter in the books.
13 points. Harding in second with 239 points. Oklahoma Baptist leading the way with 245 points.
So again, coming into the female race, third place Southern Arkansas has 113 points. Harding in second with 239, and only a 6-point differential between second and first place. Oklahoma Baptist University carries 245-point total into the final race of the evening. As we said, there is a clear 1 and 2 seeded race here in the final event. Oklahoma Baptist has a 3:46 best time total this year. Harding is a 3:51 best time total. So both of these teams very much capable of taking the win here in the final event, and whatever team takes the win will undoubtedly take the crown for the Great American Conference Female Track Championship. The tension in the stands is undoubtedly thick. Harding understands that a win here goes a long way in terms of their quest to top the Oklahoma Baptist Bison in the female rankings and getting themselves a Great American Conference overall championship for the women. And they will have that opportunity today. And the starters are going to get on their marks. Again, the 4x4, it's a lap around the track for each athlete. The results now being in for the men's 5,000 meter. The updated scores: Southern Arkansas 171, Oklahoma Baptist 238, Harding 260. Set, and we are off. Oklahoma Baptist looking to close a stagger here. Northwestern has done so in the top of the screen. Now Northwestern out in front by a healthy margin. Southern Arkansas now in the lead going into the first turn. Oklahoma Baptist looking to make up that distance here in the first leg. Southern Arkansas out in front with the stagger coming into the home stretch for the first leg of the 4x4. Northwestern following suit. Harding in tow. Southern Arkansas, Harding, Northwestern. Those are your three. Oklahoma Baptist sits in fourth. Here we go. The second handoff clean. Tajane Brooks now takes it for Oklahoma Baptist, and she is gaining on the field. Harding in tow. Oklahoma Baptist and Harding 1 and 2. Southern Arkansas 3, Northwestern 4, Southeastern 5. Oklahoma Baptist still in the lead by a couple strides. Harding in tow. This race is nowhere near over. OBU 1, Harding 2, Southern Arkansas 3. It's going to be a close race. McKee's going to take the baton for OBU. Stramrud has the baton for the Bisons of Harding. McKee gaining on Mistrud. Stramrud's going to have to close the gap if Clemira wants a chance. McKee running away with it for the Bison. Stramrud's going to have to close the gap if Claremont wants a chance. Southern Arkansas right in suit in third place comfortably by Hogg. Hogg has Southern Arkansas in second. Has Southern Arkansas in third. Stramrud in second, but here comes Mary McKee. Mary McKee trying to get Oklahoma Baptist back in the record books. The final leg, Taylor James is going to take it. Taylor James has it. Here goes Taylor. She's going around. She needs a sub-minute 400 to clinch the Great American Conference record and the Great American Conference title overall for the women. Taylor James has it. Clarema's tracking. Clarema in second place by Healthy Martian. Taylor James pushing the lead for the Bison. Southern Arkansas sits comfortably in third. Thompson carrying the stick for the Lady Mule Riders. But here comes Taylor James around the curve. Final stretch left. 3:32 left. 3:47 is the number to beat. 7 seconds home stretch here for Taylor James. 5 seconds for the record. 44, 45, 46. You will not get the record, but what they will get is a Great American Conference overall championship for Oklahoma Baptist University. 3:49.79 will be the winning mark for Taylor James in the 4x4 relay. Harding takes second, 3:55 and change. 3:55.6 will be the official number for Harding. Southern Arkansas takes third at 4:04.44. So that is your final podium for the women's 4x4 relay. Again, the win will be for the Oklahoma Baptist University Bison. Harding Bisons will take second, and the Southern Arkansas Lady Mule Riders will take third. Now, the men's 4x4 team. With the opportunity to add to the total for their teams. Men's 4x4 relay. Lane assignments as follows. Ouachita Baptist in lane 2. Goodwin, Pointer, Kaylee, and Schwecker. 337 total at the Hendricks Invitational this year. Southern Nazarene. Their relay team is Lynch, Blackshire, Allen, and Pettis. 320 at the John Jacobs Invitational. Harding, Gay, Skokas, Kirby, and Bush. 312 at the Rhodes College Invitational. Oklahoma Baptist, Milton, Peterson, Fouts, and Knowles. 3:12:77 at the Drake relays. Southern Arkansas, Duncan, Hampton, Monroe, Williams. 3:27 at the Leon Johnson NSU Invitational. The table is set for the men, as undoubtedly this has conference championship implications. And then when those women's 4x4 results come officially, we will be able to officially declare Oklahoma Baptist the female GAC champions of 2022. Female team champions. A race finale deserving of the spot, of the nightcap and the weekend cap for this year's 2022 Great American Conference Championship track meet weekend. Results do go final for the women's 4x4, and your official female team Great American Conference overall champion is Oklahoma Baptist University with 255 total points. Harding will finish second in the rankings with 247 total points. Southern Arkansas in third with 119. The rest of the pack, Arkansas Tech 4th, Northwestern Oklahoma 5, Southern Nazarene 6, Ouachita Baptist 7, East Central 8, Southeastern 9, Southwestern 10. A fantastic day of final competition here in Shawnee, Oklahoma. We are awaiting the cap for this weekend. Again, the statistics going into this last race, the overall favorite based on seed time is Harding, who has a 3:12:16 overall time. Not even half a second behind that. Oklahoma Baptist's best time this year is 3:12:77. In need of a big race here from their 4x4 team. The points awarded here is 10 for Oklahoma Baptist if they win. Second place gets 8 points, and so on and so forth, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So Oklahoma Baptist, regardless of a win here, cannot clinch the Great American title this year. That will go back to Searcy, Arkansas, and Harding University. Regardless, still a lot to run for here. The Great American Conference 4x4 Championship on the line to race for here. Again, lane assignments: Lane 2, Ouachita; Lane 3, Southern Nazarene; Lane 4, Harding; Lane 5, Oklahoma Baptist; Lane 6, Southern Arkansas. A fun race to close off the evening and weekend festivities here in Shawnee, Oklahoma. Again, the racers for Ouachita: Goodwin, Pointer, Kaylee Schwecker; Southern Nazarene: Lynch, Blackshire, Allen, Pettis; Harding, Gay, Silkus, Kirby, and Bush; Oklahoma Baptist: Milton, Peterson, Fouts, Knowles; Southern Arkansas: Duncan, Hampton, Monroe, Williams. That is the crew for the race finale of the day, and the weekend for that matter. as we are waiting for timekeeping discrepancy. Some men are waiting on the blocks. Until we figure out what the discrepancy is, we will pause with the rest of everybody else. There's spectators lined up down the fence of the west side of the stadium, going all the way up to the north end, or the south end of the end zone. The closing event here for our weekend festivities, and Harding will clinch the Great American Team title already. And we're off. Here goes the teams. Goodwin, Lynch, Gay, Milton, and Duncan, the runners for the 4x4 first leg. Goodwin out in front, Duncan out in front, Milton tracking. Gay not far behind. Lynch trying to sharpen the distance, but looks like Milton and Gay are going to round the corner. Milton out in front, Gay tracking. Now down the home stretch, Milton out in front for Oklahoma Baptist. Gay going to track. Milton will go into the handoff in front. Gay's not, but 2 steps behind. Handoffs are clean. Here goes Sokas and Peterson. Hampton out in third. He's in a foot race with Blackshire. Pointer out behind for Ouachita. Here we go. Kokas out in front, Peterson behind. Kokas the last 200 meters here in the race. Kokas out in front by a significant margin. Peterson trying to close the distance. Kokas now going to hand to Kirby, and Peterson will hand to Fouts. Southern Nazarene not yet out of this race yet either. Fouts has ground to close. Kirby not going to let him. Allen's right behind the both of them in third. He's gaining 2. Fouts is gaining. Kirby's in first. Fouts looking to make his move on the outside corner before the final straightaway for these athletes. Kirby holding strong in first. Allen gaining on both of them. Here comes Fouts. Fouts round the corner. Fouts now in front of his fans. Here we go. Kirby and Fouts. Neck and neck. Kirby's just out in front. Kirby's going to give it to Bush. Knowles will get it for OBU. Here they go. Knowles out in front of Bush. Knowles on the other straight. Bush not to be counted out yet, though. He'll have his big kick there in the end. But here comes Pettis, too. Pettis out there, too. Knowles, Bush, Pettis. 1, 2, 3. Knowles out in front. Here comes Knowles in the final straight. Bush is kicking. Here comes Bush. Knowles and Bush. Bush emptying the tank, so is Knowles. Knowles out in front. I don't think Bush is going to catch him. Knowles is going to win it for Oklahoma Baptist University. Bush will finish right behind. Oklahoma Baptist 13-15-7. 13-14 and change for Harding. Southern Arkansas 13-19-76 will finish third. Again, Oklahoma Baptist finishing first, Harding finishing second, Southern Arkansas finishing third in what was a great 4x4 race to end our weekend here in Shawnee, Oklahoma. We will take a quick break, and we will come back to give you the final scores for the men's and women's Great American Conference track meet here in Shawnee, Oklahoma. Welcome back to the post-meet show here at Oklahoma Baptist University in Shawnee, Oklahoma, who played host this weekend to the Great American Conference GAC track meet this weekend. The overall winners have been crowned for the men's and women's races and totals in terms of team totals. We will announce those right now officially, with all the scores being delivered in. On the women's side of things, Oklahoma Baptist takes the win for the female team overall score with 255 total points. Harding will go and come and finish in second with 247 total points. Southern Arkansas rounds out the podium at 119. Going down the rest of the list, Arkansas Tech, 54 points in fourth. Northwestern Oklahoma State in fifth with 53. Southern Nazarene in sixth with 28. Wichita Baptist in seventh with 25. East Central. In 8th with 17, Southeastern in 9th with 16, and Southwestern in 10th with 4. On the male side of things, with the 4x4 now complete, Harding takes the male overall team victory with 268 total points. Oklahoma Baptist comes in second with 248 total points. Southern Arkansas will finish out the podium third with 176 total points. East Central in fourth with 68. Southern Nazarene in fifth with 27, and Ouachita Baptist closes us out in sixth with 18. The women's 800-meter results are being read out right now as we speak, and congratulations are in order for these ladies. Kaylin King finishing fifth. Finishing fourth from Ouachita, J.C. McGregor. Congratulations to J.C. Finishing third, Marina Marnavias. She steps on the podium for the Golden Suns. Emma Downing will finish in second. Emma Downing, her teammates off to the side of her, giving her a round of applause. Kinga Sarsinska takes her third overall title and her second back-to-back, so congratulations to those ladies for earning their spot on the podium and completing this year well. We will stand by today for the rest of the presentations in terms of the men's and women's overall, and also the performance specific presentations as well. Again, like to give a thank you to all the officials and coaches and players who helped out this weekend, whether that be officiating or helping on the stream or helping with snacks and stuff in the hospitality room, whatever their role is. We appreciate them and their efforts this weekend, making this event go smoothly, as undoubtedly all the athletes here got a chance to compete and do it at the highest level in their sport that offers here in Division II. Also want to thank Oklahoma Baptist University for playing host this weekend, as it is a big undertaking to host a event like this and to do it well. And thank the Great American Conference for all the logistic work they do in the back end and their time spent taking care of the athletes. Obviously, 3 conference championship tournaments in a weekend is a lot of undertaking for a single athletic conference. Ethan Cayley takes the podium in 8th place. Finishing in 7th, Carson Kargokis. Congratulations to Carson. In 6th, Blake Rayner steps on the podium. Christian Renevar steps on the podium in 5th. Ty Campney stepping on the podium in 4th. East Central's Zachary Wells steps on the podium in 3rd. And in 2nd from East Central, Jackson Marich. In the 2022 champion of the men's 800 of a great time today. The Balt Wales takes that position, and he is soliciting the approval of his teammates over his left-hand shoulder. And another congratulations is in order for all the podium members of the men's 800. Can only be said so many times about all the work these athletes put in their craft to allow them to compete at this level in back-to-back days. Obviously, all these guys competed in the prelims yesterday, and then to turn around and to compete again today is a tall task, no doubt. The women's 400 is next on the list to receive their awards. The women's 400 set to receive their awards here as we wrap up the weekend's festivities with well-deserved awards to all these athletes. In 8th from Harding, Alyssa Cooey for the women's 400. And 7th, it is Cameron Hooks. Kinga Sarsinska finished 6th for Harding. Addison Brooks will finish 5th. And Trinity Booker will finish 4th for Southeastern. Congratulations to Trinity as she's running over to get her spot on the podium. Finishing 3rd, Tajane Brooks. Congratulations to Tajane. And Taylor James takes her spot as 2nd on the podium. 2nd only to Anne Noel Clierma, who deserves her round of applause as she loses her graduation cap. And her time will finish at 56:43. Congratulations is in order to Anne Noel Clierma. Again, Clierma, James, Brooks, your top 3. Booker, Brooks, Sarzinska, 4 through 6. And Hooks and Cooey, your top 8 finishers for the women's 400. And that's it for the women's 400. Next up, the men's 400 will receive their awards. As the graduation caps are proving an issue today for all those who have them. The men's 400 top 8 finishers next to report, and then we will continue to run down the list of all of the top finishers in the conference. The podium members for the men's and women's Great American Conference Selections will be continuously announced here as we go through the rest of the celebration award ceremony. As all the athletes are hanging out there on the field waiting for the big announcement. Hafton Foots for Oklahoma Baptist claims the 8th spot on the podium. Scott Lynch from Southern Nazarene will take the 7th spot. Jax Holland occupies the 8th spot. Or 6th spot, excuse me. And 5th, Marcus Peterson. He will take that 5th spot. Savon Milton will take the 4th spot for Oklahoma Baptist. Bayou Gay will take that 3rd spot, accompanied by his teammate Dakari Bush. Dakari Bush will take that 2nd place spot. Bayou Gay sits in that spot. Dakari Bush. And the 2022 Great American Conference champion in the men's 400 is Shervonte Knowles. Congratulations to Shervonte, Dakari, and Fayu, your 3 podium appearances for the men's 400 meter. And we are appreciative for their efforts this year. Shervonte actually with the 47:35 official time beats the conference record of 47:36. However, then our note says not listed as a conference record, so we will wait to see if that goes official later this afternoon. The women's 100 meter results and the podium members are now due up for their awards. The Great American Conference playing host to a couple of different conference championships this weekend. Mentioned the softball and baseball championships. The game between number 3 ranked Harding University and number 6 ranked Oklahoma Baptist is in process right now. And the podium appearances for the women's 100 is for the women's 100 meter, or excuse me, the women's the podium for the women's 400 meter hurdles is Kalia Thompson from Southern Arkansas in 8. And number 7, Rebecca Went. In 6, Taylor Brown. In 5th, Rosalind Manor. Zoe Weaver in 4. Anna Noel Clerma in 3. Addison Brooks in 2nd. And Mary McKee resetting her own mark in the Great American Conference meet record books. It 1 minute and 76, 1 minute .76 is her new total, and she remains at the top of the record books in the conference. So congratulations to Mary McKee, Addison Brooks, and Noelle Clarema for their placement there at the top of the podium.
Top 8 finishers, please come to the podium. 200 meters.
And now the men's 200 meters will come to the podium. Again, the Great American Conference playing host to a couple of different games this weekend. Harding baseball playing right now.
Top 8 finishers in the men's and women's 200 meters.
The women's 200 meter race being recognized here.
Nazarene, Morgan James.
Finishing 8th, Morgan James from Southern Nazarene. She placed
Finishing 7th.
8th.
Oklahoma,
In 7th, Tavonia Lacey from Northwestern Oklahoma will place 7th. Tajane Brooks will place 6. Issa Traylor will place 5th.
From Southern Arkansas, Issa Traylor.
Donnie Chapman will place 4th. Anna Noelle Clarema will place 3rd as she jumps onto the 3rd place block. Cameron Hooks will be honored for her 2nd place finish. She gives a wave. And then the 2022 Great American Conference champion for Northwestern Oklahoma State, Brianna Brantley, with a time of 24:76. Congratulations to Brianna. In the bottom of the 6th inning, UAM and Henderson State are tied in men's baseball over in Bentonville, Arkansas. They're playing this weekend at Majestic Park.
Men's 200 meters. Top 8 finishers. Men's 200 meters. Top 8 finishers to the awards area.
Southern Arkansas University was able to take care of Arkansas Tech 17-7. This in the opening game of their weekend. And for softball, Henderson State was able to take, or not Henderson State, excuse me, Harding is currently losing to Southeastern. Southeastern in Bentonville, Arkansas. Sorry, baseball's taking place in Hot Springs. Southeastern at the bottom of the first is up 4-1 on Harding.
Finishing fourth from Harding, Tad Kirby.
The standings for the men's 200 meter as being announced right now. Bryson Johnson, Jacoby Gardner, Matthew Norman, Trayvon Johnson, Tad Kirby. Shervonte Nall takes his place in third on the podium. Dakari Smith from Southern Nazarene takes his place on the podium in second. And Dakari Bush will take his spot at the top of the podium for Harding University. Dakari Bush, and he gives a little dance at the top of the podium. Congratulations to Dakari, and Shervonte. 21.45, the number good enough to win that for Dakari Bush.
Top 8 finishers in the men's and women's 5,000 meters.
The women's 5,000 meter up next to get recognized.
Women's top 8 finishers, please make your way to the awards area.
The award ceremony continues at Oklahoma Baptist University at the conclusion of the Great American Conference Championship track meet weekend. A lot of fun being had by the teams represented today, and a lot of congratulations are in order for all the athletes being represented today to be able to compete at this level. Is an achievement on its own. The women's 5,000 meter podium. Mackenzie Davis from Ouachita takes the 8th spot on the podium. Mary Beth Bailey on the 7th. In 6th, Nevis McGeeus from Harding gets to take her spot in the 6th place podium. Ashlyn Mays makes her appearance in the 5th place spot. Sophia Strange from Oklahoma Baptist will take her spot there in 4th. Marcy Cudworth from Arkansas Tech will take her rightful spot in the 3rd place spot on the podium. And from East Central, Aaliyah Red Rajid from East Central University with an 18:30.09 time gets to enjoy and put some orange up on the podium. And your 2022 women's 5,000 meter champion from Oklahoma Baptist University with a time of 18:28, back-to-back 5,000 meter champion Emma Downing. Congratulations is in order for all the women standing on the podium here as we prepare to see the women's 5,000 meter or men's 5,000 meter results. The ladies taking a group picture together. Again, just speaks to how close this conference is, and we compete hard here, but we also enjoy competition and the friendships that come from it. The men 5,000 meters are going to report. men's 5,000 meters now reporting to their spot in the podium. And that will be followed immediately by the women's 4x4 and then the men's 4x4, respectively. Jackson Prume for Harding University will step on the 8th spot on the podium for the men's 5,000 meter with a time of 16:35. Jackson Prume again in that 8th spot. Matt Ingalls from Harding finishes 7th with 16:32.75. From Southern Arkansas, the 6th place finisher, Jorge Sanchez, finishing 5th. From Harding University, Dylan Mayberry with a time of 16:17. Finishing 4th from Oklahoma Baptist, Maximilian Wheeler with a time of 15:58.88. Finishing 3rd from Harding University, Luke Walling, 15:39.81 was his mark. Carson Sandvik from East Central takes the 2nd place spot in the men's 5,000 meter with a time of 15:38.27. And the winner of the men's 5,000 meter, Amos Peacock from East Central University, 15:07 was his time. Congratulations to Amos Peacock, competing his Triple Crown on the weekend. Again, congratulations to Amos Peacock, Carson Sandvik, and Luke Walling. 1, 2, 3 for the men's 5,000 meter. After those guys take a picture, we will then have the women's 4x4 and the men's 4x4. Again, for those who are fans of NBA basketball, Milwaukee Bucks closed out the Boston Celtics today, 103-101 is the final score of that game. And that will take the series 2-1 in favor of the Bucks. Rich Strike had won the Kentucky Derby today. That's the 2nd biggest upset in race history. The horse went off the blocks today with an 80-1 odds and pulled the win in the 2nd biggest upset in Kentucky Derby history. Fun day for the underdogs over at the Kentucky Derby. For the women's 4x4, we will give you the results. Arkansas Tech will take the 8th spot on the podium, led by Marvellis, Browning, Bailey, and West. And that is soon to be announced over the PA. In 7th position will be Southwestern Oklahoma State. Their athletes York, Brown, Whitefield, and Collins. Finishing 6th, Ouachita Baptist with Went, Perry, McGregor, and White. Finishing 5th, Southeastern Oklahoma, Armstrong, Zavala, Longoria, and Booker. Finishing 4th, Northwestern, Bell, Smith, Lacey, and Lane. Congratulations to Northwestern for finishing 4th. Southern Arkansas finishing 3rd, Hooks, Manor, Hogg, and Thompson. Congratulations to Southern Arkansas, placing 3rd on the overall podium. Harding takes a 2nd place spot with Sharshinska, Eakin, Stramrud, and Klierma, who ran an extremely great race at 3:55.60. Congratulations to Harding, landing 2nd on the podium as a team. And then your 2022 Great American Conference Women's 4x4 champions, Oklahoma Baptist University, led by Brooks, McKay, and James with a time of 3:49.79, just 2 seconds off Oklahoma Baptist's previous GAC record set in 2018. So congratulations to Oklahoma Baptist, Harding, and Southern Arkansas rounding out your 1, 2, 3 podium for the women's 4x4. The last event results to come is the men's 4x4, and we will give those, and then the team results and superlatives will be given out here shortly. Men's 4x4 results coming in for the final podium presentation of the day. And what was an exciting race to cap off an exciting weekend here at OBU. Ouachita Baptist University will place 5th on the podium, with their athletes being Goodwin, Pointer, Kaylee, and Schwecker. They posted a time of 3:40.26. They will kick off the final medal presentation of the men's 4x4 meter. Again, that's at Ouachita Baptist in 5th. 3:40.26 is their time. Goodwin, Pointer, Kaylee, and Schwecker. Southern Arkansas will finish 4th. They will have a final time of 3:26.67. Duncan, Hampton, Monroe, and Williams on the docket for Southern Arkansas. Southern Nazarene takes 3rd place, 3:19.76. There's final time. Lynch, Blackshire, Allen, and Pettis for Southern Nazarene. Harding takes 2nd at 3:14.32. Gay, Shokas, Kirby, and Bush for Harding. And Oklahoma Baptist will take the win in the 4x4 relay, giving them the championship in the men's 4x4 in the Great American Conference with a time of 13:13. Oklahoma Baptist, Milton, Peterson, Fouts, and Knowles. Congratulations to the men's 4x4 teams on the tremendous race to cap off a tremendous weekend here in Shawnee. Team awards and superlatives up next for the teams still left here in Shawnee. Spectators still crowded here in the west side stands in the green seats and in front in the green fence. A fantastic weekend of events for the Great American Conference. The runner-up trophies will be given out first. I also assume the superlative awards will go out here shortly. And then we will wrap our coverage here of the Great American Conference track meet. The Great American 2022 Outdoor Track Championships here at Oklahoma Baptist University have completed. If you are tuning in for the trophy presentations, we appreciate your viewership and appreciate your support of these athletes this weekend. Again, there's no shortage of thanks to go around to Oklahoma Baptist for hosting, the countless coaches and players that helped aid in officiating, and GAC representatives that helped aid in the putting together and execution of an event like this. The OBU staff that's helped on the stream, KJ Reed, Thomas Meadow, Jordan Allen, Albert Monhay, Sylvia, Jalen, and the rest of the crew here. Thankful for their efforts this weekend. And for the teams and coaches for putting in all the hard work to be able to come out and complete. And all of the effort they've put in, and all smiles all around. That's exactly what it should be. The excitement taking over as the Harding men now recognize that the championship of the Great American Conference is coming back to Searcy. OBU, the women's team, is going to take home the women's championship, and all the teams should celebrate a successful weekend for all teams. And we again thank you for your viewership and tuning in to support all of these athletes this weekend, as pictures and celebrations will ensue for all these athletes, as they should. We wish everybody a safe drive back to their homes tonight, as most of these athletes will be going back home to their home schools tonight. Wish them good luck in finals and safe travels back home for the summer. Again, we are awaiting the official presentation of the rest of the awards today for the Great American Conference. And when at the conclusion of those presentations, we will end our coverage of this weekend. Distinguished Scholar Athlete Award is the next award that will be given to the athlete. The 3.7 cumulative GPA will be delivered and the shipped to the athletes at a later date, but these athletes will be celebrated now. From Harding, Jessica Davis will be the Distinguished Scholar Athlete. Sierra White and Briley Williams will be your 3 Distinguished Scholar Athletes. From Harding. From Northwestern, Shaylee Beck and Emily Brown will be your 2 representatives from Northwestern Oklahoma. From Oklahoma Baptist, Emma Downing and Taylor Brown will be the 2 recipients of that award. And from Ouachita, Jessica Bennett and Kristen Holyfield will be your recipients of that award today. Alexandra Hughes and Grace Lofton will also get those awards. From Southeastern, Sierra Parks and Megan Rose will receive their awards. And from Southern Arkansas, Josie Burke, Dakota Cassidy, and Cameron Hooks. And Rosalind Manor will also receive that award, and Cecilia Basada will receive all Scholar Athlete awards. Congratulations to them, not only on excellent work in the classroom, but in the athletic field as well. Megan Wortman will receive the award from Southern Nazarene. And from Southwestern Oklahoma, Mina Alguinas, Rachel Masson, and Bailey Richardson. And Jocelyn Shank will be the final recipient for all the Distinguished Scholar Athletes. On the men's side, from Harding, Paxton Davis, Daniel Watrous. From Oklahoma Baptist University, Parker Abels and Avery Hanna. From Southern Arkansas, Christian Rains and Darius Trimble. From Southern Nazarene, Jarius Blackshire and Christian Besseret. Those are the Distinguished Scholar Athletes on the men's side there. The Elite Scholar Athlete is presented to the highest student athletes that have a 4.0 GPA from all coursework. Women's Elite Scholar Athlete from East Central, Katie Howler. Congratulations, Katie. The Men's Elite Scholar Athlete from ECU, Carson Sandvik and Will Saint. And Elijah Woodward from East Central. From Harding, Matt Hipshire receives his award. And from Oklahoma Baptist, Blake Kuhn will receive his award. And now for the most valuable athletes for the Great American Conference Championship meet. A women's 2022 most valuable athlete of the GAC Championship. Emma Downing will receive the most valuable athlete award, getting Oklahoma Baptist 46 total points today this weekend in her showings. Emma Downing, the most valuable athlete for the women. Congratulations to Emma Downing. We can appreciate her excellence this week. She has been the most valuable athlete for the women. Emma scored in every distance event this weekend. And now the men's 2022 most valuable athlete will be from Harding with 31 total points, Dakari Bush. Congratulations to Dakari, the most valuable athlete from Harding. And he is celebrating as he should for his award. Most valuable athlete again for Harding, Dakari Bush. Bush has just as much personality as he does athleticism, and he is a fun guy to watch compete, along with his award-winning ability as well. Coach of the Year for the Great American Conference is voted on by the coaches. 2022 for women's track and field coach, Ford Maston from Oklahoma Baptist University. Congratulations to Coach Maston, as he is named the 2022 Women's Coach of the Year. The men's side, voted on by the other coaches, the 2022 Men's Track and Field Coach of the Year, Don Hood. Congratulations to Coach Hood on his award for the 2022 Men's Coach of the Year, and he deserves every bit of that cheer and applause he's getting, as shown by his men's winning the overall men's track and field championship in the Great American Conference this year. Congratulations to Coach Hood. On the women's side of the Great American Conference, team runner-up with a total score of 247 points, Harding University, the women's runner-up. For the women, congratulations to the Harding women, the Great American Conference runner-up today. They had a great job competing across multiple different events in the field and track this weekend, and they deserve all the praise they are getting today as well. Congratulations to the Harding women, who have been named now officially the Great American Conference track and field runner-up. As the girls gather for their picture, the Great American Conference women's champions are about to be named. Harding again finishing second overall. Congratulations to the Harding Bisons for their finish at 247 total points. And their stake at the number 2 spot this year in the Great American Conference, which is no easy feat. Congratulations to the Harding Bisons. And your 2022 Great American Conference champions with 255 total points, the female 2022 Great American Conference champions, Oklahoma Baptist University Bison. Congratulations to those women who have earned this award for their university. The Great American Conference banner will go in front, obviously, for the picture, and the shirts will be passed out to OBU as they celebrate their women's victory today. Coach Maston joins his team. His congratulation is in order for the women of Oklahoma Baptist University. Congratulations to OBU as they are officially named the Great American Conference champions. They're waiting for their assistant coach to get in on the picture. As they stand for the picture. And on the men's side, the 2022 conference runner-up with a grand total of 248 points. Oklahoma Baptist University will claim stake to the overall men's runner-up. Again, that is no easy feat. Just like I said to Harding's women, this is not an easy thing to become the second best team in the conference. Obviously, that leaves Harding to be named the Great American Conference champion in the men's side of proceedings, and it's a big congratulations is in order there for Oklahoma Baptist being the men's runner-up and the women's champion. Again, congratulations is in order for OBU. But that leaves one team, the 2022 Great American Conference Men's 2022 champions, Harding University, with a score of 268 University. Congratulations to Harding. Matt Hipshire holds up the championship trophy for Harding, and that is an exciting day to be a Harding Bison if you're a male athlete, and obviously male and female are swapped. The OBU takes the #1 overall spot in the women's side and finishes second in the men's, and the vice versa for Harding, who takes the #1 overall finish in the men's side and takes runner-up spot for the women. Again, congratulations to Harding University and Oklahoma Baptist University, respectively, for the men's and women's championships. And then congratulations to all the athletes who have competed today across so many different sports. And they should be celebrated whether or not they won conference or just got to compete today in their respective events. We like to thank everybody for tuning in to the 2022 coverage of the Track and Field Great American Conference Championships. We thank Oklahoma Baptist and fans, spectators, and athletes alike and we look forward to seeing you in 2023 for the Great American Conference Championship. My name is Zach Frazier. It's been a pleasure this weekend, and we will see you guys